Well, moving on, Indian Americans are taking over the country. US President Joe Biden is referring to the high number of people from the community getting a place in his administration. In less than 50 days of his presidency, Biden has appointed at least 55 Indian Americans to key leadership positions in his administration, ranging from his speechwriter to NASA and almost every other wing of the government as well. Listen in.
Indian of descent Americans are taking over the country. You, my vice president, my speechwriter, Vinay, I tell you what, but thank you. You guys are incredible. You all did this, the whole team, the team I can see now and the entire team at JPL. What you did, you restored a dose of confidence in the American people. They're beginning to wonder about us. They're beginning to wonder, are we still the country we always believed we were? You guys did it. You guys gave a sense of America's back. It's astounding what you did. You should not underestimate it. You should not underestimate it. You know, you did it the most American way. You believed in science. You believed in hard work, and you believed there wasn't a darn thing you couldn't do if you put your minds together. One of the reasons why we're such an incredible country is we're such a diverse country. We bring the best out of every single solitary culture in the world here in the United States of America. And we give people an opportunity to let their dreams run forward.
Okay.
That was Joe Biden expressing that the Indians are taking over. While I was listening to that, I was actually surprised that the Indians get very little pushback relative to, say, the Jewish people. If the Jewish people were being talked about like this, if you just swap out the Jewish for the Indian for the Jewish, you hear all kind of pushback. These people are taking over. These people have too much control, so on and so forth. But there doesn't seem to be that much animosity toward the Indians, and I wonder why. It's very interesting. But as you can see in Joe Biden, in his statement, he says that they have embraced science. And I think that is very true. And I'm going to show you, we're going to do a little background into J.D. Vance's wife. And I think you'll find some of this interesting. So I'll share this tab with you. Give me 1 second. And her name is Usha Vance. And I know I'll have to maximize this so you can see it. There are a couple things that were interesting in this article. Headline, who is Usha Vance, the Indian American lawyer married to J.D. Vance? So that's the headline there. I'm going to make sure you guys can see that. All right, let me know if you can see this, and I'll maximize it a little bit more. The lawyer, who was once a registered Democrat, has been welcomed by Republicans as a sign of generational change. And we'll scroll down a little bit. Many Republicans have welcomed Usha Vance, the Indian American wife of Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance, as a symbol of generational change and growing diversity in the party ranks. Usha, a corporate lawyer who used to be a registered Democrat, is the daughter of Indian immigrants and a practicing Hindu. Danny Willis of Delaware Young Republicans, with this ticket, with the show of diversity in what would be the second gentleman and second lady of the United States, I'm extremely proud to be an Hispanic male and a Republican. She has a different story to tell from the last Republican second lady, Karen Pence, a white grandmother and a devout Christian from Indiana. Usha is the daughter of Krish and Lakshmi Chilakuri, who hailed from the Indian state of Andhra Pradesh and later settled in California. Krish is an engineer and university lecturer, and Lakshmi is a biologist and college provost. Very intelligent, very highly intelligent people. They are part of a tight-knit Indian community in suburban San Diego. San Diego's a nice area. Usha recalled in a recent interview, Fox News, I did grow up in a religious household. My parents are Hindu, and I think that was one of the things that made them such good parents, that make them really very good people. This went on to quote a friend from her in some of the books that she's read. One of the books that she's read that she posted on Goodreads was a book by Nicholas Kristof. I think he's a New York Times writer. Her account later went dormant for 6 years. She met Vance, interestingly enough, at Yale Law School, where together they organized a discussion group on the social decline in white America. Interesting. A theme he would return to in his best-selling memoir, Hillbilly Elegy. Interesting. I did not know that background of the story. We're all aware of the book. It chronicles his upbringing, so on and so forth. They did not seem an obvious match, but in Elegy, JD praises Usha as a Yale spirit guide who helped him negotiate campus life. She instinctively understood the questions I didn't even know to ask, and she always encouraged me to seek opportunities that I did not know existed. Interesting quote from him. Another of their classmates was a guy we all know, Vivek Ramaswamy. Usha served as the editor of the Yale Law Journal and managing editor of the Yale's Journal of Law and Technology, and took part in classes offering free legal advice on Supreme Court and media freedom issues. There's one thing I wanted to note, and I'm not sure if it's in this article. It is. Here's something interesting. Usha, who's a Democrat, well, she may not have been a Democrat at this point, but let's just say she likely was a Democrat. She clerked for John Roberts during the 2017-18 term. During that term, Roberts wrote a 5-4 ruling upholding Trump's travel ban, targeting several Muslim-majority countries. Interesting. At the 200-lawyer firm Munger, Tolis & Olson, an associate focused on civil litigation and appeals, the firm, which calls itself radically progressive, has counted Berkshire Hathaway, Bank of America, PG&E among its clients. Usha's clients there included a division of Walt Disney and the University of California. Interesting. She was a registered Democrat who voted in that party's primary as recently as 2014. Public records show, but she voted in the 2022 Republican primary when her husband was a candidate for Ohio. Let's see what else is interesting in this article. And I think that's pretty much sums this article up, gives you a good background on her. So here's an article that I found interesting about Usha and her family. And here's another article. And this article is about Usha's aunt back in India. And she's never met her aunt before, but here's something that her aunt told her. Extending wishes to Usha and JD, Usha's aunt said she should not forget about India and India's feelings. If there are any errors, they can be corrected. If any law points are to be included, she can use them in her office and see that Indians are benefited. She went on to say that she would invite them to India for a short visit, so on and so forth. But I found it to be interesting that Usha's aunt, and we'll take a look at that again, suggested that Usha, by being the second lady, may be able to help the country of India. And we'll read this quote again. She should not forget about her Indian and Indian feelings. If there are any errors, they can be corrected. If any law points are to be included, she can use them in her office and see the Indians are benefited. Very interesting. She's maybe kind of has some India first vibes going there, at least from her aunt's standpoint. There's one other thing that I wanted to point out. Not only did Usha work for Roberts, I want to say she worked for another judge, and I'm looking for that guy's name now, but I don't remember. I'll find that later. If you guys are in the chat, you can find it. But anyway, just very interesting. The dominance of the Indians again. This lady clearly comes from a very, very, very well-educated family, highly skilled. I think that one of the father and the mother is a molecular biologist or something like that. And so again, what Joe Biden says, hey, these people have embraced STEM, technology, science, and in America, you can go very, very far to the top reaches of society if you're able to master those things. So anyway, I'll invite people up for a chat. I'm curious to know what you guys have to say about this. And then before the show's over, I want to give you a preview of who is JD Vance. I think you'll find that interesting. And then we'll do kind of a summary of Bitcoin news before we end the show. Let me get Crack on the stage. What's up, Get Crack? How's it going?
Oh, what's up? Busy. And let me turn off my music here. I got Gregorian chants going. So goddamn tired, man. Anyway, okay, guys. Stock market update. If you had Hawaiian Electric, it's up 37%. Time to sell. If you had CrowdStrike puts for the whole CrowdStrike event this morning, sell them now. I guess we're closing that too. Anyway.
What's that first one? Hawaiian
Electric, yeah, utility stock.
It's up 30. A utility stock is up 37%, huh?
Hey, well, I told you guys yesterday, didn't I? I said you guys were
did.
saying like, "Oh, utility stocks are boring." I was like, "No, they're not. No, they're not." Yeah, you guys ain't playing my level, man. You guys ain't playing at my level, son.
I specifically said low beta, right?
Yeah, you said low beta.
That is true, man. Look at the start. Look at the chart. Let me see if I can share this with you. If you guys can see this, let me see if you can see this. Let me make sure you can see this. That is a hell of a chart there. Let me scroll down a little bit. For a utility chart, this is kind of amazing. It's kind of amazing, huh?
Yeah, you gotta zoom out more than that. You're gonna see the big spikes up from last week.
Oh, let me see. What I wanted, like a month chart?
Yeah, month chart. Yeah, it's going down, still going down. Yeah, if you like shorting, you probably should short it now.
Short it now. You got your. Well, what is that? It went up about what, about 1.5?
No, what is this? This ain't the right chart, is it? What
is it? Heck? What is Hawaii Electric, right?
Yeah, Hawaiian Electric, NYSE. You should see on the monthly chart going from 7 to 18.
Hawaii.
Oh, OTC, wrong. I don't know what this is. Some other guy has a yeah. I think it's HE. So look for NYSE HE. Oh god damn it!
You give me the he him definitions.
Yeah, there we go. Here we are. So move outs 1 month. Let's look at it.
Damn! Look at the 5-day chart. Sheesh.
Yeah, see, this is the play to go. Yeah,
from 9 to 6. That's almost a double there.
Yep. And if you did options like a Denizen, so this is why we need to get more of this stuff going, because Denizen needs to share his screens. Like once he figures out a way to show his stuff without revealing his financial information, then that'll be good for you guys to see a day trader actually do it real time. Because I would say, like, if I was aggressive, I would short right now, and he would show you how to do it properly, right? With options. And for me, I'm not doing that. That's not my play. I just go for swings with 1 week, 1 month time frames, and so
yeah, that would have been a nice little short from right here, 19 down. Looks like
right.
16. Yeah. That's hey, Get Crack. I know not to exhaust the Indian topic too much, but what do you think about what Joe Biden said, and kind of what Master Kim says, and clearly, the Indians don't get the level of hatred than, say, the small hat people. What do you think there is to that?
I don't think there's enough history. You guys haven't interacted with Indians. Like, if you talk to Asians, I'm sure you'll get a different opinion of them.
Really?
I think so. If you can't talk to me, though, because I'm an American. You got to talk to someone who's actually in China, or Vietnam, or Cambodia, and ask them straight up, hey, how you feel about them, and they'll probably give you a completely different answer.
And what you think the answer is? They don't. They have a there's animosity toward the Indians in
Right.
that
I
part of the
would
world.
guess so. I'm assuming so. Yeah.
Really? Huh. I did not know that. Anyone in the chat have any opinions on that? Anyone in the chat have any experience working with Indians? Any opinion about what Joe Biden said, how the Indians are taking over? I was surprised to see that the Indians are speechwriters. Were you surprised to hear that, Get Cracked, that the Indians were speechwriters? I'm kind of surprised at that. Get Cracked, are you there? You may have faded out. But yeah, anyway, I was kind of surprised that I didn't know the Indians had dominated the speechwriting area. I thought they were mostly in tech, and clearly you see them now in finance and banking and things like that. But speechwriting kind of surprised me. While Get Crack is getting this mic updated, I wanted to go into, since we're here, I think I'll have one more on JD. Someone says, how many streams will you do on JD Vance? Matter of fact, I was going to make a stream on JD Vance because, again, I'm here in DC and I kind of see the things maybe slightly different than the people outside of DC.
So what was that again about speech writing? What? So
Oh, well, yeah, I was surprised to
busy,
see,
yeah.
Typically the speechwriters, like Obama's speechwriter was a white guy. And I'm sure Trump's
Okay.
speechwriters were white guys.
I don't follow any of that stuff.
Yeah,
That doesn't make me any money. So, so anyway, yeah, continue.
But so I was interested. I never thought of Indians as speechwriters. But
I
when
think
Joe
I don't
Biden,
think I wouldn't think that's a surprising thing because they
Really?
learn English
Mhm.
from the beginning. India is an English-speaking country. They still speak English because they can't use their own languages because then nobody can communicate. Everything in India has 1 billion languages and 1 billion scripts. So it's even worse than China. China, you just have Chinese characters that they impose on everybody to use. It doesn't
Mhm.
matter what language it is in China. But in India, they all have millions of damn scripts, like in Tamil and like freaking Punjabi and freaking then you have Muslims which use Arabic, Persian, Arabic scripts. And it's just like, oh my God, how can anybody go from one village to another and understand a damn thing? It's a Tower of Babel situation over there.
I see. So, I don't know much about India. So English is like the binding language for like commerce and stuff like that.
They
in
try
India?
to make it Hindi all the time, but it never works,
It never works.
And then you have this like crazy hardcore right-wing neo Sanskrit people like parties that try to make everyone learn Sanskrit. It's just like, come on, guys. Are you seriously gonna like it's like reviving Latin, right? It's like kind of like the white version, right? Where the white version is like, okay, we revive Latin, so we have the Neo-Roman Empire everywhere, or Neo-Christianity or some like get Imperius on here. He's probably like gonna tell you that. It's like, I'm not gonna learn Latin.
So like in their schooling, right? In their public schools or whatever schools they have, they're probably teaching English. Is that right?
Yeah.
They're probably taught in English. Okay. All right, that's
Yeah.
interesting. Like in some of those countries, I definitely remember South Africa where they wanted to, where there was a fight about what language should the schools be teaching? What language should the subjects in the schools be taught? I think there was a Xhosa, Swahili, or something.
Xhosa,
And so the
and
people wanted
Zulu.
Zulu. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And so there was an argument that's there. So I was wondering what would be the language taught in the schools in India. Very interesting. Since someone asked me about JD Vance, and I promise you, again, like I see the whole thing is like like controlled opposition. That's why I'm not very political. But I do think it's interesting to see how things all come to play. And from time to time, they'll drop tidbits to you, like when Feinstein or whoever said, we got to pass the bill to see what's in it. They kind of tipped you off that these people don't really write the bills. Somebody else is writing the bills. And who's controlling these people? So let me dig in on JD Vance. I'll just combine that into this stream, and then I think that'll be it for JD Vance for now. Let's see. I don't know too much about them, but I've heard they're very nepotistic. That's Righteous Muffin. Let me put the link in the chat in case Righteous Muffin wants to come up. Are Indians all over the country or just certain parts of the country?
I think it's certain parts.
I've heard about them owning Dairy Queens, and I think Joe Biden mentioned that. And you see Dairy Queens mostly in the South, from my understanding. So, and I used to see Indians actually. When I think about it, Indians or Pakistanis, one of the two. This was years ago, running little cheap motels on the side of the road. We were kids. We used to go to them. Let's see. When Indians take over, they will fill as many other jobs with Indians first. I think that's what Usha's aunt was saying, that she's going to make sure that the wrongs and the ills of India will be she'll make sure that those wrongs will be corrected. And that it is kind of interesting, when you bring in people from another country who may have the sentiments of their other country at a higher order than the country that they're in. I think that can happen. We heard about the small hats, so it very well could be the same with Indians. So it shall be interesting. Though I don't think Kamala was very Indian in policies or her regard. Do GCFM give stop buys or dumps? Do dope. Give crack for me. He's showing it. Yeah, hey, give crack. You should give us some stop buys. It's the end of the week. What could people be jumping into or jumping out of?
No, I usually, like, if I spend the whole weekend studying for the next week, so usually that's what's gonna happen for me. You know what I mean? So
yeah, someone asked. Go ahead.
So you gotta do like the trucker show, and then basically I just like start listing out tickers that you buy in the pre-market or something like that, I guess.
Righteous Muffin, will the quality of products go down with Indians in control? Get crack, what do you think?
That's hard to say, but probably down.
You said something yesterday that was very interesting. You pointed out how the Indians are in control of some semiconductor companies, and the white and Asian men are in control of the high flyer ones.
Right, correct.
Do you remember that?
Yep.
And this brings to mind a experience I had years ago. I used to work for an organization. I'm going to pull it up for you. And there was an Indian woman. I used to work for this organization right here. Yeah, I used to put people in prison. Hey, this was Joe Biden's baby. For people that don't know, I worked on a team. We built that. Like when Joe Biden and Obama came into office, he wanted to put 100,000 police on the streets. I can show you that if you don't believe me. Let's see. It may be old now. I may not be able to find it anymore. But anyway, I actually worked on this software too years ago. I worked at 2 contracts at Department of Justice. But anyway, so there was an Indian woman, and we were about to build this software project to accept applications from police departments around the country for grant money. And my manager asked the Indian woman, said, "Hey, do you want to work on this project?" Because we were moving to .NET at the time. If you remember .NET, you ever heard of it?
Yeah, it's something to do with Windows, right? I remember they kept trying to make me install it, and I'm like, "Get fuck off, Windows! Like, I'm not installing crap on my computer I don't need."
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
So it used to be VB6 and all that. You may remember that, right? And then C#.
Visual Basic. Is that what it was? Okay.
And so the Indian woman, she understood Visual Basic. And C# was fairly new at the time. .NET was new, object-oriented programming. And she had no desire to learn the next level of software, to progress her career.
Okay.
And so when Daniel Nixon asked me the question about will the products go down and things like that, and I gave you the story about Boeing yesterday. You remember? I don't know if you were here. Did you hear that story?
Yeah, that's why I was mentioning CrowdStrike as a stock thing to look at. So if Dennison was here, he probably longed that one. So it crashed and open, and you would buy it long. Yeah, right. Let's see how it's doing. Yeah, it's not really doing much since the early morning. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So there was some computer outage, right? And people were blaming Microsoft, and some people were blaming CrowdStrike. I don't know
Yeah, I've
who's to
heard about that.
blame. So I don't know who's to blame, but CrowdStrike took a big hit, and yeah.
CrowdStrike was the company that was involved in the election, correct?
Is it
Yeah.
for what? So CrowdStrike is for DDoS attacks and stuff like that. Why would that have anything to do with the elections? Were they DDoSing the election machines or something?
Let me see. I do remember that. If anyone in the chat remembers
Yeah,
what
I'm not no
CrowdStrike,
I.
I think it was
Yeah,
CrowdStrike.
I just know CrowdStrike from Kiwi Farms. So if people know the internet pretty well, like that, the drama website Kiwi Farms, that's anti LGBT, anti True, and anti this and that. So yeah, CrowdStrike basically stops giving them service, so they had no protection on DDoS attacks.
Yeah, that very well could be the case. You might be right about that. I knew I heard about it somewhere. Here it is. Let's see. Is this it? CrowdStrike. I know there was something about CrowdStrike. Yeah, like you see here, CrowdStrike.
Yeah, you sharing the screen, man?
Oh shit. Sorry. Give me 1 second. All right, check this. CrowdStrike. Here's something about CrowdStrike here. Had to do with the Russian hack. That's correct. I remember that now. See, these are really politically connected companies. See this? Does everyone see this? The DNC provided the FBI analysis. This had to do with Hillary Clinton's server, the DNC server, of a technical review done through a cybersecurity contract with CrowdStrike. This was in 2019. This had to do, I think, with the Hillary Clinton, whatever, her emails being leaked. Let me see. There's another article about CrowdStrike. But anyway, so when I first heard about the outage, I thought about this whole CrowdStrike thing. It may have had to do with the Seth Rich. A lot of that stuff there was all involved with CrowdStrike. Were you aware of that, CrowdStrike? Was anyone aware of that? The Clue Channel.
I don't know nothing, man. Come on, all these.
Yeah.
It's like all these tech companies merged together. So Stanley was talked about Cloudflare. See, so that's why all these companies start merging in my mind because they all use the same name. It's like, can you guys just be more creative when you make these companies?
Yeah, I think Cloudflare does the DDoS attacks, if I'm not mistaken. And CrowdStrike is some kind of politically connected organization, as you can tell here.
Right. In any case, hey, John, you should look up this one. I'll put in back chat right here.
All right, I'll look it up. Let me look at some of the content comments in the chat. HB2N, what's up? I see them everywhere. What are you talking? Oh, I know what you're talking about. The Indians. Yeah, are they driving trucks too? HB, I hear they're driving trucks too. If they're driving trucks, let us know in the chat. Every part of the country, middle of nowhere. Wow. I mean, I'm really curious about what explains that because there are a lot of them, and they can really flood the zone here. John, you told a story about. I did. It was about Boeing Airline subcontracting out software developers to India for $9 an hour, and it was right around those planes were crashing due to the software defect. Do you remember that? Get crap.
What's that? I wasn't paying attention.
The Boeing Airlines that were crashing a few years back was due to a software defect, a software glitch. written into the software
Oh,
by.
you were talking about that
I
in
showed
the
that yesterday, right?
yesterday stuff. Yeah.
And I think that, India went with 1.5 billion people. Their government is able to dictate to companies just like America can. If you want to enter our market and sell us TVs or airplanes, you're going to have to hire our people. And so I think that is going to have an effect, as it did with Boeing, on the quality of some things, particularly like software. John, is the police? I don't know what you mean by that.
No, I put that link in the back to this Cloudflare. I put it in the chat, main chat here. So Cloudflare, this is an interesting thing you might find fascinating, John. So,
Let me take a look at it.
So we might have to tie this in with Bitcoin too.
Oh man, I have some Bitcoin news. Sometimes I don't even know where to start and stop some of these things. Let me see. Cloudflare. How do lava lamps help with internet encryption? Translate photos of 100 lava lamps into random data. Wow. Okay. Randomness is an extremely important for secure encryption. Each new key that a computer uses to encrypt data must be truly random. I've shown you guys kind of what a key. It's not like a physical, but I've shown you like a hash. So that's what they're referring to as a key. It could be something different, but some kind of encrypted code, like enclosing data, so that an attacker won't be able to figure out the key and then encrypt the data precisely, right? However, computers are designed to provide predictable logical outputs based on a given input. They aren't designed to produce random data needed for creating unpredictable encryption keys. To produce the unpredictable, chaotic data necessary for strong encryption, a computer must have a source of random data. The real world turns out to be a great source for randomness because events in the physical world are unpredictable. It's true. As one might expect, lava lamps are consistently random. The lava in a lava lamp never takes the same shape twice. And as a result, observing a group of lava lamps is a great source for random data. Wow. I didn't know where this was headed. I didn't know where this was headed, but that is very interesting. Yeah.
See that? So
can everyone see that?
So everybody now, you have to understand, we are going into a new world. You have to know encryption. You have to know everything. Your data is not secure. Don't be trusting these companies to secure your data. You need to start learning this stuff yourself, because you're going to live in a world where you must have some basic knowledge like this in order to defend yourself against the government. All right, guys, that's my spiel for today. If you don't want to take my advice, then sure, let the government supercomputers give you your keys, give you your hashes, and they can just walk into your bank, basically your wallet, your digital wallet, and steal all your cryptos from you.
Yeah, this is amazing.
Yeah, I saw this article. Well, not this particular article, but I saw a expose on this a couple months ago, and I thought it was awesome. The fact that they have cameras trained on these lava lamps, and they utilize the randomness of these lava lamps as encryption devices. That's insane. That's cool, man. I don't know who came. I don't know how they even thought of this, but that's a very good idea.
Yeah, that's ingenious. Someone thought this up. Has to have a very creative mind.
Yes, absolutely.
Blacks, what did you think about the first part of the show where I talked about the dominance of the Indians, their ability to master STEM?
Remember, I told you before that we give way too much credence to the Indian community. And I told you they're everywhere. They're rampant in North Texas, everywhere here, everywhere. Places, even in places that haven't even been touched by industry yet, they are moving there. Okay. I told you that it is a facade. They make it seem as if they are STEM aficionados. Yes, they enter that realm, but it doesn't mean that they're good at it. They enter there because that is low-hanging fruit for them. It's been given to them on a platter, and they're
Well,
given every
hold on,
and they're
Vance. Why do
given
you think
every
it's so-
advantage for it.
Why do you
They're
think
given
it's no
every
holds barred?
advantage
Why do
because
you
they're. I'm telling you why. Because they're given every advantage. H-1B visas. The information is already proliferated in places like Hyderabad, India. A couple of my friends are from there. They have whole shops set up where they do dual work, where they will work for, let's say, Best Buy by night, and then by day they're hacking you. You know, the whole industries where they are scamming you, and then they'll move here to America, which is the real jewel of the crown, and then they'll have whole households of illegal workers living in those houses. I told you about the bust in Plano where they had 13 people to a room, and they were Indians, and they were doing illicit work. They were illicitly making them work for companies, pretty much farming them out like we would usually see Mexicans do. So, yeah, I mean, again, they've just been given that moniker. Similarly, how Chinese people have been given the moniker to be mathematicians, just haphazardly, when all they do is memorize and do more of that memorization work than you would here in America, because we live in a first world country.
Let's take a look at this article. I want to get your reaction to this, blacks, as much as we can read it. This was written 3 days ago. And the headline is almost provoking. J.D. Vance and the Indian American Dream. This immigrant group has prospered without quotas or grievances. There's a picture of him and her.
Yeah, J.D. Vance's wife.
Yeah. And I just want to read, this is, commentary from the Washington Post. She grew up in San Diego, blah, blah, blah. Rise of an immigrant group that has prospered without quotas or affirmative action. I'll get your comment about that in a minute. They have achieved a breathtaking amount in this country in a couple of generations. What's impressive is both the range of their success and that they have succeeded entirely on their own steam. No ethnic or racial favors have come their way from schools, colleges, or government. At least until the recent Supreme Court ruling on affirmative action, it was a disadvantage to be an Indian student applying to an Ivy League school. I'm an ethnic Indian immigrant to the United States in the process of becoming an American. But I don't write this to be self-congratulatory. I do so to point out that contrary to claims of systemic racism and pervasive white privilege, America has been a place where this ethnic minority has blossomed. Indians constitute just under 1.5% of the country's population, and yet we've had 2 Indian Americans compete for the Republican presidential nomination. Vice President Kamala Harris, born to an Indian mother. Indian American CEOs run Google, Microsoft, Novartis, Starbucks, FedEx, Adobe, IBM. Indian Americans have the highest median household income in the United States by ethnic group. And yesterday I showed that, and I mean they are the highest by far. There's
by several orders of magnitude. Absolutely.
About $30,000 gap in between them. But again, median household income doesn't mean the typical 2-parent family. It could be 4 or 5 people bringing in income in that home. Almost twice that of white households and 3 times that of blacks. 2/3 have college degrees and 40% have post-grad degrees. They have the lowest divorce rates on 60% of all hotels. My God, I didn't know that. Did you know this? Did anyone in the chat know this? The stats are amazing. Does anyone in the chat, before I read this, knew this? Indians own 60% of all hotels. I did not know that. That's an astounding number.
Look at all we were talking about REITs the other day. Look at all of the commercial real estate they own. Okay,
well, a hotel would be commercial, right?
Okay, look at. I'm just saying. All I'm saying is that I don't begrudge them the win. They're doing their thing. That's fine. That's what America is about. But I'm saying there's a couple of deceptions here when they talk about legislation not being in favor of Indians who have come across the pond, proverbially. There has been specifically those H-1B visas, okay, that cleared the way, that cleared the red tape for a lot of IT workers to come here in the past 10, 15 years. And I told you the story about a gentleman I knew who was ousted from his job and had to train the guy who was ousting him or lose his pension. So in IT, so my point is that there's a reason, and it was a concerted effort. It wasn't organic. You're like, oh yeah, this just happened. It just happened out of nowhere. No, there's always a trend, and people pick up on the trends, and then they start feeding into them.
Let me ask you, Black. Let me ask you this, Blacks. Did you hear what Be Brave said about the Indians?
Say one more time. I didn't hear you. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Did you hear what Be Brave said about the Indians?
No. What did he say?
He said that they were brought here to be like more. I can't remember the exact words, but something like a more iron fist type ruler, where they don't have the social concerns, let's say, of the white man, and they can run these corporate companies without the social concerns that, let's say, a white man would have.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that at all. But I guess it's feasible. But I'll say Indians have been here forever. There was a Supreme Court case in the late 1800s about an Indian man who won the right to be considered white. So because he fought with the he was a United States Army veteran. He graduated from, I forgot what university, etc. He immigrated to America in 18-something, late 1800s, I can't remember. And he fought to be considered white because at the time, immigration law only considered you able to immigrate to America if you were poor white, of African descent, or native, or something like that. And he fought to be included in the white class of people, and he ended up winning. And the point that I'm making is that they've been here, and there has been legislation to help them sustain and gain a foothold here in America.
Let me read a little bit more of this article here. I covered the 1 in every 20 doctors is Indian. What is that? Is that 5%? Is that what is that? That's 5%, right? Yeah, 5%. 1 in every 10 students entering medical school, that's 10%. Wow. Indian deans are a staple at top drawer U.S. business schools, including Chicago, Georgetown, Harvard, Northwestern, NYU. What they don't specialize in is grievance. There is no Indian lobby pushing for increased representation in this or that economic or political sector. No pressure group ululating for ethnic enclaves or for information to be provided in a language other than English. That is very interesting. I've mentioned that in some of these inner cities like DC, before you can even evict someone, you have to provide eviction notice in 10, 12 languages. Even if the person is or white.
It's very sad. You should move out in their mind. Yeah, it's very sad that that's how they do it. But all those left coast states and cities are going that way. So, what do you expect?
Check this. And here's something interesting. You won't be told when you call your bank to press 2 for Telugu. You won't have Indian parents at American public schools clamoring for special dispensations for their children. There is instead a quiet determination among Indian Americans to take full advantage of being in a land that gives them a range of opportunities unavailable in their country of ancestral origin. And this is kind of like what Be Brave is saying.
Well, I don't say that doesn't sound like what Be Brave is saying.
Well, he's saying that they come from areas so poor.
Yeah, but he said that they were here to be some sort of iron class, new white class.
He said multiple things. Yeah, he said multiple things. But he's kind of said both.
Hey, so John, so when I gave my story, that's more closely what Black's story was.
Right? Yeah. So all I'm
in
saying, okay,
yeah, we're
go
on
ahead,
the
go ahead.
ground. We're on the ground. We see the H-1Bs. We see these people
Yeah.
coming in.
Yes,
And okay,
yeah.
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 That's how they're coming in, and yes, Hyderabad, India, and other places out there in southern India are hellscapes. Absolutely, they are crap, and running sewage in the middle of the street, etc. And they're eating that, and the water is horribly tainted. But but then when they come here, it's paradise. Everybody, all of them go to and shop at Costco for the most part, and you can buy everything in bulk. And I've watched just in 5 years in my small suburb of Dallas, them completely retrofit areas that were historically something else to complete Indian leaning or Indian centric facilities. It's crazy. It is
Give me an example.
insane.
Give me an example of what you mean.
Okay. For instance, they have these when I told you about Indians owning a lot of commercial real estate, they have these Desi district real estate conglomerates. I don't know who owns it, but I know I don't know the name of the company that owns it, but I know that they are Indian Americans or some sort of Indian investors, and they open these Desi district facilities, and it's shops, it's restaurants, etc. Cold Stone for Indians and Asians alike love Cold Stone. It's crazy. When I was living in Korea, they had Cold Stones everywhere. So they're bringing back Cold Stone. Remember, Cold Stone was a dead franchise. Now it's back.
Yeah.
Now, and the Patel Brothers has grown like weeds over here. Patel Brothers grocery stores, that sell things like before. You were only able to get things that may have been maybe adjacent to Southern Asia, from a place like H Mart. H Mart is everywhere in California. It's in Chicago. It's out here. Now they are directly competed against by places like the Patel brothers, who own these places that directly cater to Indians.
We have Stanley up here. I just pulled the Patel brothers up. Apparently, they're in Chicago too. Is that right?
Yes, I'm telling you, but they weren't here 5 years ago. That's the point, and that's another thing. A lot of the Indians started in places like Illinois when Illinois had their tech boom in the early 2000s. They were moving there to do IT work, and now they've moved southwest, I should say, to Texas. It's crazy, man, and it's only been in the last 5 years. It's crazy the amount of people who come here.
Do you know where this is?
I can't see the address.
Give me 1 second. The Patels opened their first store near Damon and Devon Avenues.
Yeah, so that's northwest. That's on the northwest side.
Starting with an 800 square foot shop, the Patel Brothers is now the country's largest South Asian grocery store chain worth over $200 million, with 52 stores stretching from Jersey to that is an amazing story. That's pretty damn amazing, man. Yeah, I have to give it to him.
Again, now listen, I don't begrudge them anything. They're taking advantage, and I would too. Black people don't do this. As a conglomerate.
I don't think Americans do this, bro. Like,
no, I mean, but my point is, John, is that there was a time when every group was able to take advantage of laws like this, even Black people, and Black people have largely stopped doing this, and it was right after 1965. Okay, you don't have them doing any of this. These people are able to move the way that they do because they pull their money together for better or worse, and it's not just family. It's just, hey, we're all from Hyderabad. Let's go live in this area. You should see. I'm part of so many Indian Facebook groups. Just to be nosy, I'll admit it. I'm part of so many Indian Facebook groups, and they'll say, hey, all you guys who just got here, make sure you wear deodorant. Make sure you wash yourself, because I'm not even doing this. Is other Indians telling other Indians? There's like, I'm tired of you being associated with you. I'm telling you, it's crazy.
Oh man. So blacks is like, yeah, my story was basically the same as yours. You have the same experience with them as I have seen with the H-1Bs, and I think now
That's right.
it's kind of Be Brave tries to make it sound like it's a conspiracy, like that they do this on purpose, not only to have cheap labor but also to make a new ruling class for the minorities. Like these will be the new caste leaders in a new caste system or some sort. It's just like, all right, okay, maybe, but
And you're right. And these aren't the Punjabs, These aren't the aristocracy coming out here. Why would they? They already have a foothold in where they're from. These are the poor class coming here, and they're finding their foothold here. They're like, wow, I can be in a higher class. I can just, I don't have to have my surname doesn't have to be of a higher status. I can just come here and be an American. And they've really, really bought into it. It's crazy. And it's happened so quickly. They look, man, I had a close friend that I went to school with. And he was like, man, I love going to TJ Maxx. I love going to Burlington. Both of them. And that's where you see all the Indians shop. Burlington, TJ Maxx. It's kind of like a running joke here. That's where you're going to see them.
Okay.
Blacks, the lady that is the president, J.D. Vance's wife, she's from Andhra, I can't pronounce this, Andhra Pradesh.
Okay.
And so I figured I would look it up to see, kind of get an idea of how she what that area looks like.
Okay.
You just see if it's like a slumdog type area or whatever. It looks kind of coastal.
It looks pretty tropical, doesn't it? It's probably not tropical. But yeah, it might be tropical. It's hot. So
I guess I'm wondering, like, does she come from an elite class where she doesn't?
Yes. Look at that. Listen, they might even be just showing some of the better parts of that area. Mm-hmm. But I personally, she didn't she go to Oxford or something like that? Or no, she went to Yale. She went to Yale. Yeah. I don't think she came from lower class stock.
No, I think her family is. I think there was an article that I showed, like her family, her mother, grand aunt, the country's oldest active professor, the Indian origin wife of U.S. Republican, has a great aunt in the city that I just showed you, who is known as the country's oldest active professor, and there she is there. They've never met, but this is her. So, I wondered, are these really like, these seem to be fairly elite people coming here, no? Or do you think it's the lower class or a mix of all? Stanley, you can chime in here. Stanley's on mute.
Yeah, you're right. Most of the people, especially students, they either, come here for advanced degrees from India's elite universities. So in the Patels, matter of fact, I went to high school with a bunch of Patels down in Savannah. My experience with Indians has been nothing but stellar. I have to say, sorry, I'm a little winded. I was lifting some stuff. I mentioned yesterday that if you earn their respect, if they think you are worth the time, they are some of the least racist people I've come across. And the other thing that should thrill you all is they are some of the most right-leaning folks I've ever met.
You mean in terms of their points of view in the world?
I mean, they are the Indians that I know, and my buddy wasn't able to make it yesterday. These guys are these guys. They may not be MAGA, but man, they are conservative as hell, like
What do you
frighteningly conservative.
what do you attribute that to, Stanley?
He's not lying.
What do you attribute that to, Stanley?
They're all economists. They have the heart of economists,
Hey, Stanley.
and they are very conservative in that. Hinduism, oddly enough, is while it's very tolerant, it's also very, I don't want to say moral, but I mean, it's a conservative religion.
Did you see the article I read from the Wall Street Journal talking about the success of the Indians here? 1 in every 20 doctors, 1 in every 10 medical students. What
Well,
it
no,
made me
I didn't see it, but I've experienced it. I mean, in the financial industry, and that's kind of something, that flies under the radar. I mean, there are a lot of, they're very, STEM economics for some schools is a STEM field. So, I mean, they're all over the financial industry.
Well, take a look here, Stanley,
Okay.
if you can see that. Are you able to see that?
Yep.
They're the deans at the top drawer U.S. business school. So I guess it stands to reason that they
Yeah.
would be, in the business world as well. They're teaching the future business leaders. They would be some of the future business leaders. I mean,
And quite frankly,
Mhm.
I don't have a problem with Indians doing well, or I've kind of agree with blacks that you know black people should be doing this. When you hear Trump, like he did last night, allude to black jobs, blacks ought to be, and I don't mean BLAQS, blacks should be indignant.
What should they be indignant? I didn't hear Trump speak. So
There are no such things as black jobs. Why are we talking black jobs? Immigrants, unless they're H-1B visa holders, and they're threatening everyone's jobs, there should be no such thing as a black job or a white job or any, job associated with a race. Black jobs is basically, um, service industry type jobs. Working at McDonald's is a black job,
Did we
and
lose
black
Stanley?
should be indignant.
Stanley, you there?
I am.
Okay,
Yeah, he's
sorry. Go
there.
ahead. Go ahead, Stanley.
I'm just saying black should be indignant. We should not be associated with a job.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I was surprised to see those, Stanley. What were your thought about them owning 60% of the hotels in America?
Well, Patels do that. I mean, they owned hotels in Savannah, but I mean,
Wow.
they don't own Hilton. Like Conrad Hilton. They don't own like major chains. But I mean, for want of a better term, flop hotels. Who else is gonna own them?
Someone is commenting about fake degrees in India.
That is true.
How significant do you think that is?
Not. I mean, students coming here get vetted, I would imagine, fairly well.
Check this out. Look at this headline here. Like, how would you vet if someone has bought a degree?
Well, I mean, number one, I don't know. It's kind of hard to fake an SAT. I mean, their entrance exams, GREs, that sort of thing. But I mean, you look at transcripts, and I mean, I think, and I'm not an expert on this, so I'm guessing. I'm imagining, if it's a fake school, it's kind of
No, I
common
think it's a
knowledge.
legitimate school. No, I think it's a renowned Indian university. I guess
What,
it
just
sold
handing out degrees?
36,000. They sold them.
Oh,
Manal
okay.
Bharti
I
University.
don't. I don't have. I don't have. I don't have a
They
response to
do it
that.
all the time. They do it
But
all the time.
I think Harvard sells degrees. You know, if you're a legacy
You would
student,
be right, Stanley. You're right. Yes, they do.
Doesn't Kim Kardashian have one?
What?
So,
What
I
she
don't
has
know
a
if she
degree
got her
on?
law
Being a
degree.
hoe?
I
Is
don't
there
know if she finished her
hoeology?
law degree.
I heard she took the California bar. I don't know if she passed it. No, I'm dead serious.
No,
yeah,
that's true.
no,
That's
she
true.
did.
I'm
She
dead
did.
serious.
No, that's true. That's very true. I mean, the
Oh my lord!
California bar, to my understanding, is one of the hardest bars. So it's not a slight to her that she did not pass the exam. Um,
And I don't think she has I mean, she didn't go to law school as far as I know.
well, you don't have to go to law school to take the exam.
Yeah,
Right, but I'm saying I'm sure it would have helped.
I think she has a law degree though, cause she got a lot of
Really?
niggas out of jail. Yeah, she got a lot of niggas out of jail.
Yeah.
Now, they're only,
Was it
they're
her
only
degrees? Was it her degrees that got her out?
I mean,
there are only 2 or 3 states in the union that allow you to sit for the bar without having gone to law school, and California is one of them.
Right? Yeah, there you go. Yeah. But yeah, this is interesting though. 36,000 fake degrees from a renowned Indian university, and it would be one thing if they were paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for them, but they were selling these things for a used car, right?
But let me
$1,300.
let me counter that though. There are a lot of Indians who were first generation. My buddy's a graduate of Berkeley. You can't fake getting into elite university.
yeah.
At least it's hard to.
You
Normal
absolutely
people
can.
can't. Normal people can't.
I'm
Stanley,
just
here's
saying.
what I'll say. Go ahead. Who's there talking?
I'm just saying, if Joe Budden or who's Alicia Keys' husband? What's that? Swiss Beats
Swiss
can
Beats,
go
yeah.
to a Harvard satellite school and get a certificate in business administration, and then put on his LinkedIn that he went to Harvard. You absolutely can't fake it. It's
Well,
insane.
yeah, but I mean that's stretching the truth. I mean, a MOOC, an online university, isn't Harvard. I mean, I can take
know
a
that. That's
Harvard.
my
I can
point.
take a
I'm
Harvard
saying that.
computer class.
No, I agree. That's my point. I'm not saying that it is. I'm saying that there are a lot of Harvard adjacent charlatans who come
Yeah,
out and say they went to Harvard, and then you
I,
find out that they didn't at all. And then, or how about the DEI or DIE, like I like to call it, come in to the universities based on a paper they wrote talking about how they grew up in abject poverty, and then you find out that they were just Nigerians who immigrated here, and none of their stories are correct or
well,
even
I'll give you an
remotely.
even better one.
Yeah,
What's her name? The actress. She's an Indian actress, and I can't recall her name.
I
She's
know what
like
you're talking about. Her brother,
her
her brother.
brother pretended to be black.
I remember that. Yeah.
Instead of going to a second tier medical school, I guess. But I'm I have to warn you, I'm a little jaded. I mean, my son got into a decent school and he actually worked hard. So it can be done.
Yeah.
Hey, John,
let me read.
John.
Yeah. Mhm.
Next article, pull up my article. I put in the back chat.
All right. Let me read a little bit more of this article, then I'll get cracks. A special team of investigators in India found that of the 41,000 degrees issued by the university, only 5,000 are authentic. Now, let me ask you this question. Do you think these graduates, what percentage of these graduates, that's 36,000 with fake degrees, made it to the United States and entered the workforce?
75% of them.
I have no idea. I wouldn't hazard a guess.
Do you think any of them made it to the workforce in the United States?
I'm
Yeah,
absolutely sure. And they're
yeah,
probably better than American workers still.
yeah.
Maybe.
I think when your country doesn't have plumbing, you're willing to do a lot of things that most Americans aren't. So
Listen to this. There was another scandal. Traffic In reported that the same university has been involved in a massive fraud since 2009. The
yeah,
government gave the University Charitable Trust permission to run the university after initially rejecting a proposal related to this. Blah blah blah.
look, I just muted Stanley. I think he's over there using the bathroom.
We were just talking about plumbing, bro.
Yeah, right.
No, I'm at the kitchen sink, HB. I'm sorry, I forgot to mute.
You know, I just think that and I'm not saying that this is pervasive, but it's something that you really can't guard against coming to America. If you could take this shortcut, if you're in India, why not? Why go
Yeah,
to school when you can just pay someone and give you the degree?
yeah.
I'm
But
here.
see,
It
I
can't.
think
John,
I
black people can take the shortcut too. Maybe not feloniously like they're doing, but black people definitely can take shortcuts. They're available. It's not like it's not available. They just refuse.
Well, I think
yeah.
honestly, Americans, and you listen to how Stanley talks about his son, we haven't been rewired to take the shortcuts yet. We're still going about it the right way. I remember talking to Righteous Muffin, Be Brave, and I was saying, hey, man, look how much money we're giving to the Ukraine. You might as well get the food stamps. Hell, your taxes go toward it. They're going to bring the migrants here and give them food stamps from your
Oh
tax money.
man.
Why the hell don't you get some of it? And mentally, he just couldn't understand. And I understand, hey, if you don't want it, don't get it. But
We
when the
got
whole
we
system is
got too
being
much
played
honor. We got
right,
too much honor, man.
and I understand honor, but there is no honor amongst thieves. And all these
Yeah.
Well,
people are thieves.
I'm gonna push back slightly. I mean, you can actually be a good guy and win.
I'm not saying that you can't.
I think you just have to want it.
What I'm saying is if you're, and I think in Righteous Muffin's case, I think it was Righteous Muffin, it could have been someone else. He doesn't make a lot of money and he's out here struggling. His honor keeps him from accepting what the government is throwing out to everyone else.
Hmm.
And he's unwilling to accept it because of his honor. That's fine. But he has to accept the inflation that comes with that.
Well, you
Government
also
throws
have
out
to
money.
think.
Hey,
Stanley,
hold on, Stanley. When the government throws out money to everybody around you and you refuse to take any, then, well, you just gonna swallow all the inflation. And that's
Well,
effectively what happens.
I'm gonna have to say, if your child is at stake, parents swallow their pride all the time. So I'm not going to call it honor, quite
Okay,
frankly.
great segue. Great segue. Click my link, John. It's time to segue, man.
That's related. Thank you,
Honor
Get
among thieves and parents. Perfect segue, Stanley.
Good thought, good thought, Get Crack. Let me see what we got here. What you got for me, Get Crack?
Yep. Boom.
Crack, what the hell
Wait,
you find this stuff, man?
What?
This is an
I
AI-generated
read stuff.
article.
I read
share
stuff.
this,
Is this
share
AI
the
generated?
screen, John. I can't.
Am I not?
Yeah, no,
I
you
think
gotta share the
Get Crack
chat.
gonna find this shit. Like, I think he finds this shit just to this is some AI generated. This is AI generated, people.
Yeah,
Don't
right.
think
We don't have AI in 2015, bro.
Indian parents scale building to help kids cheat on exam. Will you look at
Wow.
this? Will you look?
Wow.
I
Look at
don't
that,
believe it.
baby.
Now,
Yo,
those are some good parents.
a black parent.
I knew
Hey,
you'd
John,
say that, Stanley.
I will
John,
do
a black
anything for my kid.
a black
Hold
parent is
on, HB.
a
What'd you
black
say,
pa-
HB?
I said a black parent would report their kid if they told them they was cheating. I'm gonna tell the principal, you over here cheating. They, nah, that's that's different, man.
Get crazy. What did you find? What the hell did you
I
find?
remember this story long ago, so.
Let me see
Wow.
if we have some comments about this. This is amazing. Any guys, what are your thoughts in the chat about this? Someone says, yeah, I don't blame them. Hey, man, if a good test score would get you out of that, wait a minute, is that the school?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the school. Yeah. That looks like a Russian prison, man.
Yeah, it's rough, man, in these third worlds. This is a hellscape that you got to get out
Yeah.
of, like Black said, right? I ain't gonna be living no Hyderabad and Andhra Pradesh or like whatever like provinces these guys come from. It's like no way.
That's
Yeah,
where
this
they had a Brittany Griner at right there, man. It's like a prison.
Yeah, Artie Chico brings up a point that is true. I think Harvard is on a pass-fail. There's no grades there. I think it's Harvard. Many of the colleges.
Yeah, they have changed to that standard. They also give out scholarships once you've gotten in. And that's one thing a lot of people don't know. Once you get into the doors of Harvard, you've been accepted, etc., then they're not gonna let you fail per se. I don't mean they won't. I'm saying that they're going to do everything possible, and they're going to make sure finances is not a reason for you to fail.
Yeah. I think that again.
Well, I think that's a good thing if you qualify.
Well, I think
I can concur with that. If they have the endowment, absolutely. I do not disagree.
Oh shoot, they're a small corporation.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
Yeah, that's right. What is their endowment? Their endowment is like 40 billion, something like that. I can't remember.
It's like astronomical.
Hey, Garen, if you can get on, you brought up yesterday about the Streamlab stuff, Zoom or whatever, and tomorrow, whatever, today you can help me get it set up, and we'll put your cash up on this screen, and as a token of appreciation, show of appreciation for getting the call in, because that's going to be very important for our late night calls anyway with HB and I. People to be able to call in. Go ahead. What do you say, Blacks?
May I say, John? So I homeschool all my children. And
really?
Yep. All my children. I was homeschooled until I decided to enter ninth grade. My children are all homeschooled, and they all participate in extracurriculars: horseback riding, shooting, fencing, swimming, all those things.
Man, Blacks, you're just too good, man.
Hey, hold on, Blacks. I got a question to ask you about that.
Yeah.
Well, I got a couple questions. You have time?
Yeah. Before you give me those questions, I just wanted to say another hack to get into a university. For instance, my 15-year-old, she's about to be 15. She currently goes to a university and is studying veterinary science, and she's getting all her gen eds out of the way. And I live in Texas, and so there are several universities that will allow her to go here for free because I'm a veteran, and she'll be able to go to a tier 1 university in the state of Texas completely free, having all her gen eds completed before the time she's 18, and then she can focus on whatever her whatever her specific scholastic focus will be. And same thing for my 12-year-old. I'm already fielding him for baseball with Dallas Baptist and TCU, a couple places. So I'm just saying there's a lot. And then another thing people don't understand: you don't have to take the ACT, you don't have to take the SAT, especially if you are homeschooled, because you create their transcripts and you advocate for them, and they're actually seeking homeschool children to come and fill the halls of these universities. So when I say that there are ways around this, I'm not talking about nefarious actors. I'm talking about legitimate legal ways for you to get into the places that you'd like to go. That's not the you're going to take the road less traveled.
Hey, Blacks, I just had a thought, Blacks.
Yeah.
Because I had probably enough questions that probably take us another 30 minutes. Would you
Yeah,
like to do a one-on-one and just walk us through homeschooling kids?
sure,
Um, just any day, like you pick a day,
sure.
and I just
Yeah.
want to go through like the state involvement,
Sure,
if there is
Yeah.
any, because I know in
sure.
some states, like liberal states, like Minnesota, I have a friend he homeschools, and the government is all up in his business, in
All right.
terms of
Yeah, there are several states that are like that, but this is not one. And I'll
right.
talk to you that I'll believe me if it's something that anybody wants to do, I'd certainly be willing to talk to you about it and how you can start it and what's required, which is really nothing. And yeah, we'll talk about it, man.
But let's
And
do it
also,
tomorrow, Black. You got time to do
yeah,
it
yeah,
tomorrow? What,
yeah, I
Saturday?
should, man. Yeah, I should
All right.
absolutely.
Hey,
Today,
when you
my
jump on tomorrow, we'll just switch
Yeah.
directly to that
all
topic.
I
right,
think.
cool.
Hey,
I
John.
just wanted to say,
I think that'll be a really good live. Because I want to
Yeah.
know. I want to know too. Do you like buy them like desks, like school desks too?
well, my wife likes to. She bought it. Well, we didn't buy it. We got it secondhand. Somebody was giving it away. There are homeschool communities. There's so much stuff, man. People leave themselves out of, which they can
Hey,
take
Black. Let,
advantage
let me
of.
ask you, let me ask you this
Yeah.
one question. Uh, just kind of give you where I'm headed. What some of the things I want to cover. How much? What form of teaching do you approach? You've heard of like the Montessori approach. You ever heard of that?
Yeah. I heard of Montessori, and it's similar because
Do
Montessori.
you
Go ahead.
do you find that your boy? Do you have boys and girls? Right?
I have one boy and I have five girls.
Damn. And do you
Whoa. Oh man.
shit? Hell, the girls
Damn.
probably
Yeah.
can teach the boys
Damn.
at this point, right? The boy at this point.
Yeah. They are Hitlerian about their brother. But go ahead.
So, do you find that you have to teach them differently?
Yes, every child learns differently. For instance, my my oldest child, she is by the book, get it done. I can get that done. I want to get it done early, Dad. So my wife and I have drilled it in her. Hey, let's get it done early. And so she'll get up at 4 in the morning and get the work done, and then relax for the rest of the day. My son, he's starting to become that. My younger daughter, who's 8, she does the same. She is a more of a auditory learner, so we teach her that way. But she's a wordsmith, so she's really good with words and spelling.
Mhm.
Uh,
Do you
yeah,
think the schools could have effectively taught all these different types of learners just coming out of your household alone?
they could have what? Say one more time.
Do you think the schools could have taught them as effectively as you're able to teach them, considering
No,
they all kind of learn
absolutely,
differently?
absolutely not, absolutely not. They would have said my son was autistic and put him in the slow class because he was a late bloomer and now he's a math whiz. Do you
What
understand?
about
That's what they do. If you don't fit the box immediately at the grade level that you're supposed to be in, then they write you off as a pariah of sorts and they send you to the gulag.
well, I tend to look at it another way, blacks. I tend to look at it as they cash in. When you
Yeah,
don't fit
okay,
in,
I
they
agree with
cash.
that. I agree with that. I agree with that.
Like
Uh, uh,
a autistic student in a school is probably worth 3 times as much as a regular person, right?
Yeah.
you're absolutely right.
Hey, that's a money ticket. That's a meal ticket right there. The
Yeah.
autistic kid, you got to get some of them in. That's like the customer composition. Anyway, very interesting. Let me. We'll do that tomorrow, Black. Let me look back at this article that Get Crack sent me. This is from 2015.
Let me get up. I'm gonna say bye, y'all. I got my daughter has a surgery today, so say
Oh,
a prayer. Um,
Take it
Yeah.
easy.
Prayers up,
good
man.
luck.
and thanks, Stanley.
I
Prayers
do,
for
Thanks,
man.
everyone.
blacks.
Good luck to you.
Bye
All
bye.
right, thanks. Bye
Yeah,
bye.
seriously,
Here's an
man.
article from 2015. You guys sent out a prayer for Black's daughter
Yeah,
with a surgery, by the
seriously,
way.
man. Prayers up.
You never know; it could be one of us one day. You know.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably sooner than later for us.
Just like for you, HB,
Yeah, I
motherfucker.
know.
You
I
evil
know.
fuck.
No, I don't wear condoms, so I'm rolling the dice, man. You just never know.
Indians climbed the wall of the building to help students appearing in an examination in Hajipur in the eastern Indian state of Bihar. Education authorities in eastern India say 600 high school students have been expelled after they were found to have cheated on pressure-packed 10th grade examinations.
Wow.
Cheating in itself isn't they sending it. Listen, man, let's watch this video. I don't believe this.
यदि कदाचार चलेगा तो बच्चे नहीं पढ़ पाए, लेकिन मेरे सेंटर में ऐसा कुछ नहीं हो रहा है। शांतिपूर्ण ढंग से और कदाचार मुक्त मेरे यहाँ परीक्षा हो रही है। बाहर में पब्लिक, चूंकि फोर्स की कमी है तो बाहर में पब्लिक थोड़ा सा परेशान कर रही है, लेकिन उससे हम लोग निपट रहे हैं।
आप कल्पना कीजिए 14 लाख से अधिक परीक्षार्थी हैं, 1100 से ज्यादा केंद्र हैं राज्य में, और एक परीक्षार्थी को कदाचार नकल कराने में उनके अभिभावक, सहयोगी, रिश्तेदार मिला के अगर 3-4 सहयोगी हैं तो ये संख्या कोई 60-70 लाख की संख्या है। और इतनी बड़ी संख्या को नियंत्रित करना, कदाचार मुक्त परीक्षा 100% कदाचार मुक्त परीक्षा आयोजित करना, ये मात्र क्या सरकार की अकेली जिम्मेवारी है?
How can she? How can she? How can she?
John's lit. John's lit. He's like watching this while he's so black. He's so fucking lit watching this.
Man, it is amazing. Like, I mean, at least they're cheating for something worthwhile.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, you're like, damn, like, where is the academic integrity here?
There is none, man. John, you ever see those videos where where you'll have those Indian scammers, and then you'll have like the U.S. scammer, he'll call the Indian scam place, and he'll like hack into all their camera systems and stuff, and he'll find out everybody's name and everything. You ever see those videos?
Nah.
Ah man, I might have to send you one of those videos, man, because like literally these people have no like. I think you're just right. Our honor and integrity is just different from these people. They're on a different level. Like they have whole like phone scam, like it's an industry over there.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to have to say, over there is over there. I tend to judge the Indians that are here. And they, to be blunt, they're outwhiting white people.
Yeah, to a certain extent. Yeah,
oh, yeah. They're at the top. Like, I'm not pitting one race against another. I'm more or less just exploring, how and why they've been able to dominate. I think some of the things that they're able to do are very admirable, and people should mimic.
It's their culture. I mean, Asian culture in general, and when I say in general, I literally mean I'm generalizing.
You don't have to explain. You get it.
The folks that I know personally are just outstanding people. I mean, they know stuff about America that Americans should know.
Yeah, no, they're I think they're very, the thing about it is like usually when people are cutting corners, they're also being lazy too. That's why they're cutting corners. With these Indians, they'll cut corners, but they're not lazy at all. So it's like a double, it's like but I think it's really just in their culture. Like they don't mind cutting a couple corners, but still working twice as hard as everybody else.
Well, the thing is, in a culture where if you're not a doctor, lawyer, engineer, or some high end, like you're a failure if you're a high-end academic. So, um, I mentioned Amy Chua, who's not Indian, battle hymn of the Tiger Mom. I mean, I
Yeah.
read that book and I felt like a horrible parent because, I've been a lot more, well, if you absolutely don't want to do it, I'm not going to make you. But they will make you. Like, you don't
Yeah.
want to take piano lessons? Well, you know what? How about not have dinner for a couple nights? It's just, a different standard.
Man. Yeah. Yeah. They're definitely up next though. John,
I think that.
you think
Go ahead.
JD's wife is kind of hot? You think she's hot?
Yeah. Let me pull a picture of her again. Let me see what
Uh,
she looks like. Here, let's see.
Well, if you can be that hot and graduate from Yale Law School and clerk for a Supreme Court justice, I think she did.
I
Um,
think she went for two.
yeah, Roberts and somebody else. So, I mean, if you can be that hot and be smart, man, I'd marry her.
Hey, you know what's interesting about her? There are two things that I want to talk about since you mentioned she clerked. So I mentioned she clerked for Roberts. Who is the other one? And then
I
one of the
can't remember.
things
It
is
was
that,
one of the other conservative justices.
and that's interesting that here is a Democrat woman, and maybe she wasn't registered as a Democrat at that time, but I would imagine that's where her sentiments were. She worked for Kavanaugh. Let me share the
Yes.
screen with you.
Okay.
She worked for Kavanaugh, and what's interesting about this, and I thought about this when I read this last night. She worked for Kavanaugh. Now you remember what happened with Kavanaugh, right? We all remember what happened with Kavanaugh, right? And she also worked for Roberts. And now we
Hmm.
remember what happened with Roberts, right? When
No.
the opinion was leaked about the abortion.
Oh well,
Everyone
that.
remember? I
Well,
don't remember
finish
the
your
dates
point.
at all.
That's interesting.
I don't remember the dates and all. But it gets to the point that I keep making to people about DC. They're two wings on the same bird. That's just the way it is. You can like it, love it, wish it were different. But here's a high level Democrat woman, a woman who worked for a Democrat powerhouse law firm, donated a bunch of money to Democrats, and somehow she found her way working for two of the Supreme Court justices.
Well,
And
what do
both of
you
them,
imply?
I don't know when it happened. She may not have been there, and I'm not blaming her or anything like
No, I
that.
mean she
But one of
graduated from law school years ago. I mean she clerked years ago. The Dobbs leak was last year.
but I'm just saying, like, look at how these people, their offices, they don't have, if it were me, I wouldn't want a Democrat, some liberal woman working in my office, knowing that things coming down the pike like abortion and stuff like that.
Well, she
And
might not have been a Democrat at the time,
maybe.
because it's hard for me to believe that someone voting Democrat would wind up working for two conservative justices.
And Stanley, that is the point that I'm making, is that these
Yeah,
people.
but I mean,
Mhm.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
know, John.
All right. Well, this is a good transition.
She's married to a conservative.
Yeah. This is a good time for me to transition to the topic that I was going to discuss later, but I'm just going to roll it all into one. And it is about who is JD Vance, and that was something that I've been very interested in. Like, how did Trump come about choosing JD Vance, things like that. And so it was just kind of interesting to me. So I started digging and I couldn't stop digging. And I'm going to share this tab with you. I hope you all can read it. Give me 1 second. And so here's JD Vance. And here's an article that I read about JD Vance. It's from the Conservative Treehouse. Let me know if you guys can see this. You should be able to see it, right?
Yes.
Abandoned by his father to a troubled single mother, eventually raised by grandparents, he is then recruited from an Ivy League law school by shadow figures, a specific billionaire and a network of interests He changes his name, writes a book about his life story, and with the support of the aforementioned, who eventually pays for the assembly of a strategic campaign influence network, he becomes a senator for 2 years before quickly elevated into position in the White House. Now, I told you yesterday about how Peter Thiel found and funded J.D. Vance, made him a millionaire.
Mm-hmm.
And many people reading that paragraph would be familiar with the life story of Barack Hussein Obama. However, that paragraph also explains the right side version of the exact same storyline. James David Vance is a mirror. On one side of the uniparty mirror, we have an emotionally constructed political figure for the left, Obama. On the other side of the uniparty mirror, we have an emotionally constructed political figure for the right, J.D. Vance. Each person, each emotional narrative carrying the specific nuances to appeal to their wing of the uniparty audience. However, both are following the same playbook. Here's JD, his funny picture, JD. Anyway, it started, and I'm reading from the conservative treehouse. It started with the conversation several weeks ago. Who is JD Vance and where did he come from? How does a person without any baseline in politics, not a council member, not a mayor, not a state rep, or a state senate governor, become a U.S. senator and then quickly get into the White House? That's very interesting. That's very interesting indeed. And so then you'd have to say, you're looking at this article here. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. You're looking at this article here, and so they go on. J.D. Vance was born James Donald Bowman in Middletown, Ohio. How many men out here in the chat on the panel have changed your last name? Put a yes or no in the panel if you have.
No.
Well, I knew you were asking the chat, but as I said before, my last name was changed at the age of 11 from Armstrong to Munoz. But if I really wanted to, if I really wanted to, I would change it back to my last name used to be.
All right, hold on, Angel. He then changed his name to James David Bowman, so he changed his middle name. He then changed his name to James David Hamill. Eventually in 2014, notably after Yale Law School class of 2013, and after marrying his wife at age 30, he changed his name to write a book. It was 2014. That's when J.D. Vance was born. Vance's book, Hillbilly Elegy, was published by... Am I drawing the links here? Am I?
Yeah, this is it's like the conservative Obama kind of, man. Because I
put a 1 in the chat if you know where I'm going here with this.
It is because even the funny thing about Obama was that in Chicago, people knew about Obama and where he used to like to hang out in Chicago before he even ran, but it never really came out until years after he became president. It might have came out a couple times, but they kind of buried it.
Let me continue here. That's when J.D. Vance was born. Hillbilly Elegy was published by Fox News owner Rupert Murdoch's publishing house, HarperCollins, in 2016. This is important, and I'll explain it to you later if you don't know why. The book was made into a movie by Netflix. Reed Hastings. If you don't know who Reed Hastings is, Google him. Created by Imagine Entertainment and directed by Ron Howard, 2020. However, the interesting background on J.D. Vance goes back to Yale and the Obama-esque tap on the shoulder that comes from a billionaire most are familiar with. You've seen me do shows on him, Peter Thiel. Thiel first recruited Vance into his circle while Vance was still a student at Yale Law School.
Wait, hold on. We got some. I think Stanley is making some.
Oh, sorry.
Right now. Okay.
No, it's aluminum foil. I'm about to smoke some chicken.
All right. Hey, go on mute, guys.
I actually started to use parchment paper anytime I'm baking like
parchment paper. Oh, he's advanced. Angel's advanced.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, John.
Theo first recruited Vance into his circle while Vance was still a student at Yale Law. Shortly after, Vance joined Theo's investment firm, Mithril Capital, where he worked for 2 years before joining Revolution Ventures. Vance played a major role in Revolution's rise of the rest seed fund, whose major investors included Jeff Bezos.
John, go back up. Go back up, John. You see Mithril Capital. That's Lord of the Rings again, right? Like,
Yep.
why is Teal like
correct.
every little thing he does is Lord of the Rings? Has to be Lord of the Rings. Has to be named. Now I got to read all that stuff again. The Silmarillion, the whole like notes of like this guy is in a mission, man. To like,
Yeah, this reminds me.
Yeah,
I
but
don't know if you watch The Boys. Probably not, John. But the Boys is like it's like a superhero show, but it's like these corporations create these superheroes, and it goes real bad. But they like try to push them into politics too. So they mix superheroes with corporations and politics, and it's like they create these people kind of. They create a narrative for them. And I think that's kind of what you're getting to with JD Vance. He's kind of a created superhero almost.
Absolutely. But Peter Thiel, dude, is ultra libertarian. So I mean, y'all should be happy. Y'all should be happy with this creature.
We're going to get to that later. Again, what I keep trying to explain to people is, and maybe it's going over someone's head. So I'll get to my point in all of this in 1 second. Let me read a little bit more of this. And I've seen this so many times in DC. You see people like AOC come out of nowhere. You're like, where the hell did she come from? How did she become so influential and powerful? And I think this guy is going to be a very good example of that. JD Vance then launched his own venture capital firm, Naryak Capital. I think that's one of those Lord of the Rings firms too, names too, in 2020. So now let me go back here. He graduated college, Yale, 2013. Within 7 years, he had a movie made by him. Within 3 years of graduating college, there was a book written by him. Man, that's a hell of a rise. He changed his name and everything. And Fox came along and offered this guy, JD Vance, a book deal. Hey, draw your own conclusions, folks. And all of these people here are very politically connected. All of these people, Rupert, Reed Hastings, and Peter Thiel. These people have agendas. There are trillions of dollars at stake for these people.
I mean, I almost want to ask Stanley for a part of his chicken if he could give me a portion.
I'll beam you some.
I'll put him back there for 1 minute.
Angel, you gotta chill, man.
But I'm gonna have to say, and no, I'm not following you. Other than JD Vance is a creature created by Peter Thiel and the billionaire class. Yeah,
That's what I'm saying here.
Doesn't that make you happy?
Stanley, I'm not political. I'm not a Republican.
Oh, okay.
Right. As I said to you, they're like two wings on the same bird.
I don't know.
I started off the article showing you how the playbook for Obama is very similar to the playbook for JD Vance. Changing of the names, law school, not much career. Hold on, let me finish.
It's about power.
I'm not disagreeing with you, right? And both of them, in my opinion, have colluded to be one wing of the bird, and it benefits each other. That's my opinion. And you're seeing here that the exact same playbook that was used for Barack Obama was used for this guy. Someone went out and found this guy, made him a millionaire, changed his name, gave him a book deal, gave him a movie deal, all from the time 3 years after he graduated college. What are the odds of that? Like, you think about what are the odds of that?
Yeah.
Graduated class of 13, and within 3 years, Fox News owner came and offered him
Yeah.
a book deal
I
and then a
mean,
movie deal.
a
I
lot
mean,
of these guys,
he's got big hitters.
they are like selected though, John, you know, and I
That-
think especially nowadays in this social media age, you kind of have to you almost have to create a politician nowadays,
yeah,
because
yeah.
I don't think
But
you
let
could
me,
really stay like, you know, Trump, you know, he's been somebody since like the late 70s, so it's different for him, but a new politician, you kind of got to create those people.
yeah,
Hey,
Clinton,
hold
the
on, Stanley.
Bush dynasty.
Hold on, Stanley. JD Vance then launched his own venture capital firm, Narya Capital. I think that's a Lord of the Rings reference, right?
Hmm.
Get correct?
That's correct.
In 2020. So 7 years after law school, he's been funded by all these rich people to the point that now they've given him his own startup money from both, again, Peter Thiel, and now he's got another big hitter, Eric Schmidt. Man, I wish I could have been so lucky. I'll keep going
Yeah,
on.
but welcome to
Oh,
American politics.
yeah, yeah. And that's what I'm explaining to people, right? It's exactly what I'm explaining to you. Here is JD Vance. A man has changed his name multiple times.
Yeah.
Somehow came out of nowhere and got a hell of a business movie book deal. And again, for the people in the chat, I think someone commented yesterday, those book and movie deals a lot of times are nothing more than just payoffs. I mean, oftentimes these people don't sell that many books for the amount of money they're paid. It becomes
Yeah.
a payoff.
A lot
And
of
that's how
times,
you can,
John, a lot of times too, for those people, for the executive producers, they're just write-offs a lot of the times. I don't know if you heard about the Batgirl movie. They that was so the Batgirl movie was a movie, took $90 million to make that movie. They filmed it, shot it, everything was finished, ready to go. They just decided to not put it out and made it a tax write-off.
yeah, maybe they'll sell it to someone else later. But look at this. I just find this coincidental. And again, I'm not pointing fingers. I'm not telling you to draw any opinion on this. You draw your own conclusions. But I think this is the way the DC proper the business aspect of politicians and the political nature of how the game is played. And again, I've pointed out that Trump has pretty much come 180 degrees
Ooh.
on the Bitcoin legislation,
You
right?
it's John, I think part of it too is the control. Now
Yeah,
if you can create somebody from the ground up, you're always going to be able to control them to a certain extent too.
yeah, yeah. This man was created by Peter Thiel, the Google guys, Reed Hastings, the Rupert Murdoch. He owes these people his livelihood, his wealth. He wouldn't be here. And again, maybe he's an exceptional guy and they recognize something in him business wise that they put all this money in him. Maybe,
Well, he's both.
Yeah.
maybe. Very well could be both,
Dude,
maybe. I'm
I'm
not
That's a
disagreeing
surprised.
with
question.
you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I don't know. But I'm just drawing some points out that you judge for yourself. I'm not saying you're right or you're wrong. I'm just
You
saying that most people probably haven't heard this, seen this, and they see these politicians and they don't know where they come from. And here's just
yeah.
some background on where did JD Vance. Most people probably didn't even know he changed his name. I didn't.
I
But
didn't.
when I started to see people changing their names, getting rich all of a sudden, getting the attention of really political heavyweights, it just draws my attention to it. I say, that's interesting. Um,
John, I did. You know, the only issue whenever I hear people say that it's two birds on the same or two wings on the same bird, the only thing that, like, if you're saying that both sides are evil, evil by nature has no allegiance. So I don't think that just because they may do some of the same things, may follow some of the same playbooks, I don't think they're necessarily, colluding together or in cahoots of some sort. But I think this is just a way of politics now, especially when you have, you got all these, billionaires involved and all these different corporations. It's easier to just create a politician at this point.
Well, yeah, you create them and then you own them, correct? Now you
Yeah,
own them,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like this man couldn't be broke. They had to come up with the perfect name for him.
yeah,
Right?
yeah,
Like
yeah.
seriously,
JD Vance. It sounds like a superhero.
right?
Like JD Vance, right?
JD Hamill just doesn't go off as well, right?
Nah, not James. What was his first name? James
Who
Donald. Yeah,
cares? Who cares? It's JD Vance.
yeah, JD Vance. Yeah, I can't. That's like a name of a strip club. Yeah, man. I'm trying to go to JD Vance, man.
But I have to say, what has happened, and I totally agree with you, it was planned, it's canned, it's a party machine. But this has been happening forever. John, John Adams had John Quincy Adams. He literally raised that boy to be a president.
Right. And again, at Stanley, most people don't know history. Most people don't have the time and the interest in reading about history because they can't put themselves into the context of it. But in today's time, again, I think you can extrapolate this story backwards to those days, or you can extrapolate those stories forward to today. But this is a modern day story that I think everyone can understand, and they don't have to go read a book about it. They're seeing it play out in real time, and this is one of the things that just I've noticed in DC. And if you're outside of this DC bubble, you don't notice or have even an interest in understanding where these people come from. And so that was kind of the point of this stream here. Again, I'm not criticizing. I'm not. This is very apolitical for me. I don't think I mentioned the Republicans and Democrats one time. I don't think. But if I had, but I'm not mentioning it in a partisan manner there. Right?
But you also make an interesting meta point, if you care to notice. If Americans don't know this, or don't realize it, or don't have the time, that's why these machines work so well.
Well,
because they can do this, and once it's done, it can't be reversed.
Well, that is the benefit of having freedom of speech, is that you can come to places like this, or you can go to this blog that I put in the chat, and you can read it. And I think you bring up an even bigger point.
Bro, you're just in the slums, man, of Rome. You're just a wild guy yelling in the streets, and nobody gives a fuck about you, man. Because the way the world works is these are emperors. They are elected by the legions. The legions today are the corporations. They're the legions, right? And they pick the emperors they favor.
It's kind of ironic you said that too, Get Cracked, because that's exactly what JD Vance said in his speech.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't pay full attention. I'm so busy now listening to all this crap. But the thing about it is, like, that's why the 2 streams ago we were like, I love Rome. I love Rome. Any movie about Rome, anything about Rome, history, everything. It's just the way it is.
I think he referred to like the corporation owners as emperors or something. It was either emperors or I can't remember what word he used, but it was really, it kind of caught me off guard. Or no, he called them rulers.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. It just kind of caught me off guard. Like, are you saying that because that's how you feel, or is that because that's what it is? I couldn't really tell why he would use that word.
Yeah, baby, we are the modern SPQR, man. That's it. SPQR. Look it up. That's it.
Let me finish reading the rest of this quickly. From this time, we can see how JD Vance went from no money, student loans in 2013, to big money in 2020. That's 7 years, folks. Everything came via 2 people, Peter Thiel and Eric Schmidt. but mostly Thiel. I talked to you yesterday about Peter Thiel's Bitcoin trading. If you guys remember that, you'll know that he made hundreds of millions of dollars on Bitcoin, going and coming. He got out before it declined. He got back in on the way up, hundreds of millions. To understand J.D. Vance as an Ohio senator, the inflection points in 2013 and the subsequent relationship with billionaire Peter Thiel, Palantir Technologies, we've talked about that, from 2013 to now becomes important. We all remember Palantir, right? We all remember that.
Yeah.
Billionaires Eric Schmidt and Peter Thiel are key members of the steering committee of the controversial closed-door and overtly globalist Bilderberg Conference. Anyone ever heard of Bilderberg Conference? Let me know in the chat if you have. Newsweek once called Schmidt and Thiel the two most influential figures at Bilderberg. If you've ever heard of Bilderberg, let me know. If you haven't, if you want to hear about Bilderberg.
I mean, these guys should know, right? Come on. You guys don't know Alex Jones? Come on. Hey, Bilderberg was his wheelhouse back in the day.
Palantir, we all know Palantir, creating a tech mechanism for the government to conduct foreign and domestic surveillance. I wonder what kind of domestic surveillance Palantir would want to do. The actual technology needed by the deep state to advance their interests is provided by who? Peter Thiel. Did we look at that technology where Palantir create that technology that can like put a dot on your head? AI just kill you like right there on the spot. Did we show that here?
We showed it, yeah. And I was like, oh, that's HB's truck. He's dead, bud. He's gonna get smoked.
HB, did you see
someone thousands of miles away?
I don't think I saw that.
Go to the website, John. Just show them the website, and it's just like on the front page where they just show you all the tech they're doing.
Man, this shit was amazing.
It was amazing, yeah.
It was really amazing.
They called it Gotham. Look up Gotham.
Oh yeah, Gotham too. Gotham Palantir. Gotham Software by Palantir. That's the name of it. Yo, this shit will blow your mind when you see this. I mean, look how nice the website is.
Yeah,
that's a high-end website.
Like, look at this, man. Whoa.
Where you at?
Look what he's doing over here. Look what he's doing over here. Look what he's doing. He's scrolling like, who do I want to kill?
Oh, man.
See ya, HB.
Yeah.
You think I got to come up in the hood and O-Block to smoke your ass? Hell no.
It's time
you can blow O-Block up with that, man.
It's time to go. Whenever they're ready for you to go, it's time to go. This is Peter Thiel's technology right here. You see the headline, global decision making. That means they can kill you from anywhere. Yeah. Globally. They don't even need individuals anymore to run this software. I think you'll see decision dominance from space to mud. This is on a laptop here. You see this?
John, have you ever heard that saying? I don't know who said it, but they said after World War III, we're gonna go back to sticks and stones, fighting with sticks and stones. This type of stuff makes me believe that.
I don't think so. I think look at this video, guys. HB, this is the video we showed. Look at it. Look at all them dots on them cars. Which one do I want to kill? Which one do I want to kill?
Oh, man.
Notice these are all military people, by the way.
Yeah.
These are all military people.
And if it could run by itself, that means like that's like that dead hand switch where it's like you could kill everybody in that room. That the software's still gonna work.
Yeah, that is.
Do what it needs to do.
Now, you think this software is being sold to individuals, retailers, going to Best Buy and buy it? This is government software.
Yeah, it's probably getting sold to every country.
Well, I have to say, if it's in the military's hands, it's a 70% chance it'll work like it's supposed to.
Yeah, it's definitely correct.
Yep.
And so here we have the creator of very high tech surveillance equipment, basically owning the VP.
Man.
Basically owning the VP. So let me go back to the article here, and you'll see Palantir is a current. Go ahead, HB.
No, I was just gonna say this is how they should get people to want to join the military, man. Just tell them you could blow somebody up from anywhere in the world, man. We got this type of tech. Like, remember those army commercials they used to have? They need to market it like this. I would join.
Someone
Press a
said
button.
Alex Call is also a part of Palantir. Who is Alex Call? Does anyone know him?
Carp. I think Carp. Alex Carp.
I've never heard of him. Alex Carp. Never heard of him.
Oh, that's the CEO of Palantir.
Oh wow. Yeah. The military tech is crazy indeed. India in the spotlight is making more sense. They're the premier digital. Oh, I did not know that. I have to do another stream on this digital ID because I think that they would be okay with it if they were in the government. You go back to who was most oppressive regarding COVID. It was a lot of the lady from the CDC. I think her last name was Chen. You had a lot of Indian, I think, secretary, general, whatever the hell they were, who were very oppressive. And so it's very interesting that they are under a digital ID, or they're leading the way. Digital ID. Did anyone know that? Did you know that? Get cracked, HB?
Nah, I didn't know.
I think I probably heard about it. Yeah, because it was kind of like during COVID. They tried to push a lot of these new tech ways of tracking people. So
Peter Thiel was the money man and network behind JD Thiel's race between JD Vance and Tim Ryan. Anyone remember Tim Ryan? I don't remember him. It was Peter Thiel who took JD Vance to meet President Trump in Mar-a-Lago to get the needed endorsement to launch Vance into the U.S. Senate. Without Thiel, there would be no JD Hamill or Vance or whatever the hell he's going by now. It is also important to remember that prior to 2018, prior to Peter Thiel becoming aligned with the FBI as a confidential human source, he's an informant. And prior to Vance needing the Trump endorsement, J.D. Vance was a staunch never Trumper. Does anyone remember J.D. Vance being a never Trumper? Does
Yes.
anyone remember? J.D. Vance went from calling Trump a literal Hitler to appreciating Trump's incredible leadership.
That's because they put a dot on his head.
That's a remarkable shift.
Exactly.
Exactly. I mean, if you're
his
talking
wife
about
put a dot on his head.
Yeah, more ways than one. His wife did, and Palantir's looking for it.
But honestly, though, if you're getting compared to Hitler, I mean, to be fair, he was a pretty good leader. I mean, it's not the
HB, what are you?
HB,
are you trying to get us killed?
No, HB. If that's your idea of leadership, then
I mean,
I'm just gonna shake my head.
If you look at just Stanley, look at it. One country went to war with the world, and they almost won.
Okay,
we have that debate another day.
Which country is that?
Yeah.
Hey, Sandy, we have that debate another day.
Yeah, I mean,
well, all I have to say is, in my opinion, a leader is tested under stress. Trump did not pass the test.
Hold on, Sandy. All right, fair enough. This is not a Trump debate. Within the Thiel network, you will note the aligned interests of another key financial friend and big federal contractor, Elon Musk. Is everyone familiar with how much of Elon Musk's wealth is tied up in the good graces of the federal government? Is anyone familiar with how much of his
SpaceX and his car company.
Mm-hmm.
He wouldn't exist without subsidies. Though I have to kind of take up for SpaceX, though. He's done a better job than NASA would have.
But definitely better than Boeing. Did you see Boeing got like their rocket stranded people? Boeing is such an embarrassment, man. Boeing, Intel, all these old companies like that used to be great. This is like embarrassing.
Let me finish up this article here, then we'll
Ooh,
talk.
she is a cutie.
Yeah, that's correct. Together, Musk and Thiel form the core of a very wealthy group, along with Amazon, along with Google, of modern tech political influence agents. Now, I've already mentioned that Bezos helped fund Vance, correct? You all remember that, correct?
Or Obama.
Yes.
You mean Obama?
No. Bezos helped fund JD Vance. I'll show you again.
Okay.
Vance played a major role in Revolution Ventures' Rise of the Rest Seed Fund, whose major investors included Amazon's Jeff Bezos.
Okay.
Everyone knows that Jeff Bezos also owns the Washington Post, correct?
Right.
And he also owns all of the servers that many of the governments.
Yeah, Amazon. Yep, Amazon Web Services. Very familiar.
Mm-hmm. Which makes Amazon almost the owner of most of the companies that you visit online. If you understand, they own the real estate to which most company operations are conducted. If you go to Best Buy or Twitter or probably this site right here that we're on, the servers that this site is running on are probably Amazon, if everyone understands that. And the government servers that will run Peter Thiel's software, that Palantir software, will more than likely be on an Amazon server. The government has dedicated servers with Amazon. So now I hope you guys are getting the connection here with JD Vance.
Should we be afraid?
No, I don't think you should be afraid. I'm not trying to fearmonger anyone. What I'm saying is that how these people are put together they're like packaged to become, what he has become today. So let me finish the article. He went from calling Trump a little Hitler to appreciating Trump's leadership, a remarkable shift in opinion. To his credit, Peter Thiel was successful in gaining both the endorsement and the outcome of the 2022 Senate race. Elon Musk, Thiel, Bezos, including another Yale School graduate and JD Vance supporter, Vivek Ramaswamy. JD Vance even named one of his 3 children, Vivek. Suffice to say, they are close. What you have read so far is the background of how one billionaire, Thiel, deeply enmeshed in the surveillance state, creates the process to construct a political tool useful for the retention of his interests. A few dozen millions are a worthy investment if the investment creates and supports the objective of the Palantir billionaire. Unfortunately, this approach also diminishes the Trump policy objective intended to eliminate the IC, which is the intelligence community, deep state. And that is what I think about JD Vance, in my opinion, is that the intelligence community is more or less bear hug Trump to have to select JD Vance.
Yeah.
And the things that JD Vance wants, like Bitcoin, he's going to get them.
Yeah.
So I'm not telling you invest in Bitcoin, but it's going up.
That's why I feel like Trump really can't trust anybody, man. I really don't. Honestly, I think he's like really surrounded.
A2 Brutus.
But let me. The thing is, and John, you're gonna kick my butt again for being an egghead. This is robber barons, late 19th century. They were all interconnected. This is not. Well, I get your point, John. I'm just saying I'm not particularly worried.
Well, again, I'm not here to fearmonger you. I just wanted to give you background information on kind of how politicians are chosen. And this guy's rapid rise, I think, is a very good example of that. And that's the only reason why I've done a stream or two about that. One of the things I wanted to show was you're going to see Trump's gradual change, his stance on Bitcoin. Next week, he's going to be speaking at the Bitcoin conference. JD Vance, I think I showed you yesterday that JD Vance owns quite a bit of Bitcoin holdings. Palantir.
Trump
Okay.
is very pro-business. He,
What,
dude.
but again, you don't change your opinion the way that Trump has changed his opinion about
Yes,
Bitcoin
yes,
without someone greasing your palm, right?
yes.
Someone saying, if you want to be president, I'll give you
Barron's
the.
gonna be on some board.
Yeah, because most business guys, like actual business people, they don't really believe in Bitcoin because it doesn't really produce anything.
Well, I think that if they can get the mining, matter of fact, let me show you one thing, and we're going to talk about this another day. But I wanted to share this with primarily with Gitcracker. If there are any Bitcoin people in the audience, I want you guys to take a look at this. Let me see if I can find it. If you're interested in it, I'll show it. If not, we can go
Wait,
ahead and end
John,
this.
look at
What's that?
this. Look at this. I don't know if you can see it, but
No, zoom in. What is it? What is it? What's going
it's
on
a
there? You
flag.
gotta,
It's a Trump flag. It says, "I'm voted. I'm
you gotta
voting for
blow.
the."
You gotta blow him up, John. Otherwise, you
I'm about
can't
to
do
I'm
this in
about to
one flip.
pass it.
Oh
I'm
my
about to
God,
pass it.
damn
Don't
it!
worry, don't worry. But it was a flag. It's like I'm in Oklahoma right now, but it's like a bunch of Trump flags and stuff. And one of
What?
the one of the flags said, "I'm voting for a convicted felon." That's the thing too about when you like driving in America. I promise you, I've never seen any Biden political anything. It's always Trump stuff. Every state I drive through, Trump, 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 Trump. Every state.
Yeah,
Let me.
it's like a get your yayas out. These people are very demonstrative.
Ah, come on, come
Um,
on, come on.
I just want to say I love you, John. I love you too, bro. It's me.
It's
All
always great to
righty.
have you up here, Angel. Hey, let
Where's
me
that
show.
chicken? Give him a chicken.
Let me show. Let me show you
That's
guys
funny.
this, and this would be the last topic we cover today. We can go into it as much as you like. Here's a headline, and deep down in the article is something that I think may intrigue the people who are interested in Bitcoin. Bitcoin hash rate drawdown hits bear market levels, but miners aren't selling. Could miner capitulation signal that selling pressure is easing? Or could it be the death spiral that takes Bitcoin out of its decades-long run? It's very interesting. Does everyone know what hash rate is?
No.
All right,
Uh-oh.
let me see. Let me see if the article goes into it. Otherwise, I'll explain it.
Yeah, zoom in more, John.
Sure.
Otherwise, these cell phone guys won't. Yeah.
For you
Isn't that
Bitcoin,
level of encryption?
yeah, it's the how much energy to uh, convert to mine a Bitcoin. That's the
Okay.
hash rate, and the drawdown is a metric of relative changes in the network's overall computing power. I know it's a little arcane, but I'll read it again. At the beginning of July, the Bitcoin network's hash rate drawdown, a metric of relative changes in the network's overall computing power, sank to levels not seen since the December 2022 bear market. This suggested some Bitcoin miners are starting to capitulate. Back in April, Bitcoin successfully underwent its fourth halving event at block height 840,000, cutting the reward miners receive per block found in half to 3 Bitcoins, essentially halving their largest source of revenue. Now, these are companies that mine Bitcoin, and this is their revenue. Miners receive rewards along with transaction fees when they find a new Bitcoin block. But data shows fees only account for less than 10% of revenues. The fees are transaction fees. Adding to that, Bitcoin's recently dropped price below the 60,000 mark as selling pressure from German authorities grew and the rehabilitation trustee for the defunct cryptocurrency exchange Mt. Gox started repaying creditors in both Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash. It has since recovered to around 65,000. Now, here's what's interesting. Let me see if I can find it.
Wait, John. Before you go.
Sure.
So you're basically saying that the miners are still mining, but they're not getting paid as much as they were?
That's correct. And the hash rate is the amount of power that it takes to generate revenue, to generate a Bitcoin, right?
And that's down too.
Right. Or maybe I get a little bit confused. So it may be up in that, I forget the way, but it's costing more energy to generate a Bitcoin, adding the fact that they've held the payment. So here, there's a halving event where now they're getting 3 Bitcoins for finding a Bitcoin, as well as where it used to be 6. I guess it cut it in half, right? It cut this is their cut for finding a Bitcoin.
Right.
So every Bitcoin they find, they get 3 Bitcoins. Now they're generating a lot of power. So you want to find as many Bitcoins as you can with the power that you're using. And that's your hash rate, if I'm not mistaken. I can Google that. And so here's the thing. So now they're getting paid less for a Bitcoin, but their power prices don't go down. They're still churning out energy to try to find the Bitcoin, but they're getting paid 3 for a Bitcoin now, as opposed to whatever it was, 6. So now here's the interesting part. Now, I talked to you maybe a week ago about Bitcoin, where Donald Trump suggested that Bitcoin should be a strategic reserve asset and creating a government entity to mine Bitcoin. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Get correct. You remember that? You guys all remember that, right?
Yeah, I do.
Now listen to this. In addition, and Lukovich is let me see who Lukovich is. He's a CEO of cryptocurrency exchange CEXIO. Pointed out that these stats and the facts that trends like runes and ordinals have cooled significantly since their introduction. In addition, he said that on-chain activity on the Bitcoin network has been stagnant or declining for the better part of the last 2 years, which to him could mean hash is more centralized via larger mining operations, whose desire is to avoid potential losses could lead to greater network instability during uncertain conditions. And so here's the point where I took it as Trump mentioned creating governmental hash organizations. Lukovich is saying that with the network declining, the on-chain activity declining, to me hashing becomes more centralized by larger mining operations. Well, that would play directly in line with what Trump has suggested in terms of a governmental hashing organization. And so that is kind of where I think that Bitcoin is going. I think it'll become centralized. The bigger companies will be able to effectively mine the Bitcoin, and the smaller guys will effectively fade out of into existence. Maybe there'll be some mergers, but
Man, the billionaires are going to win.
Yeah, they're going to win. Look, and so you see an article here. The largest Bitcoin mining firm did not sell a single Bitcoin in June. I think that's positive. The bigger firms are gobbling up the Bitcoins, and they're not selling them; they're holding them. Get credit. What do you think about that?
I mean, what do you want me to say? Because I did my trade. I showed you Mara. That's the stock I was in. I was up like 30-something%. So I don't care. I don't care about any of this. None of this matters to make money to me. So that's why I want to break down between fundamental people and technical people. Technical people make money. Fundamental people waste their time reading all this crap and they get no money because it doesn't matter in the end of the day to make money. But I'll tell you this, the long-term end game, Ryan alluded to it. I don't understand what the Bitcoin end game is. And you see it right here. The technology is not sufficient to do these to do Bitcoin properly. It's too inefficient.
Let me ask you a question though. Once the government gets involved, the technology is going to be there.
Yeah.
Right. Correct.
You know, there will be a branch of DARPA that does nothing but Bitcoin.
Right. Well, that's
they already do. They already do. They do cryptocurrency. That's what it is.
Yeah.
CBDC and blockchain, and that's why I showed you guys those lava lamps. It's like we have to encrypt. We have to. All these technologies are intertwined, and once they get the AI into this stuff, you'll have AI crypto technology plus the and it's just like, oh my god! All right, I don't know what the end game is.
Hey, hold on, Stanley. Get cracked. Can you give us your opinion of what's highlighted on the screen right there?
The minor death spiral, as Lukovich puts it, is a theoretical concept where the inverse relationship between minor rewards and energy requirements causes a network to collapse when incentives no longer cover costs. That's what I alluded to Ryan. Both Ryan and I yesterday said, like, it doesn't make any sense because every time you have, there's no way you can catch up with technology because technology has stalled in semiconductor terms. Semiconductors cannot be built smaller than an atom. An atom is your limit to how small a semiconductor be. So the only other way is we evolve into a next generation technology that takes into account quantum computing. Now, let's start looking at quantum computing stocks. So if you want to get in the next trend, you look at quantum computing stocks and see which of one of those will be successful. Which one of those companies will do well to do quantum computing.
Well, let me ask you a question though. If the government gets involved, and I'm left to center, if the government gets involved, I think it can do nothing but hurt the long term like end game of Bitcoin. It'll just become bureaucratized.
Correct. That's why I am against what Rashu is thinking. Rashu thinks Bitcoin is the way out, and Ryan and me are on the same page on that this is just a trap to get people in there. And I think I alluded in some of those Bitcoin streams that I think this is just a way for people to develop technology for the government without the government actually having to pay people money. And because when people work for the government,
and the billionaires will
because
succeed.
It's a psychological thing,
Gotcha.
Yeah, because the tech people are very liberal. They don't want to, because you see how many people protest.
Not the Indians.
Not the Indians, correct. Yes.
The only way to prevent the government from doing the kind of stuff that you said that it may happen, Stanley, is to vote Joe Nigger Biden out.
Hey, wait up. Update. Hey, hold on. Updates. I got an update.
It's here. Joe R. Biden to you.
Okay, I'm gonna update you guys. Let me present my screen.
And I'm gonna throw a towel, wet towel on this. I don't see how you can be a populist political party and follow up, government getting involved in Bitcoin. How is that gonna? It doesn't benefit the common man.
No, it doesn't. I think it's kind of just a pump and dump. That's the way the government.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Nice.
Hey, put it up, John. Put up my screen.
There
you go. So, just as you guys talking, I was making money. So this is a good trade here. So I was down here, So see
where we? Okay, yeah, show it.
Yeah, you see that blue? That was the resistance area. So I was buying down here. I don't give a shit about fundamentals. Who cares? Volume coming in, pump. It's gonna go to 70 right now. So I'm gonna sell up there, and that's a good trade, right? So there you go. Don't care about. I don't know what the heck government's doing. I need to make money.
Wait a minute. Put the cursor. Hold on, Angel. Put the cursor where you bought in.
So I was accumulating down here since looks like Monday. So I was So I think, or I was buying, I don't remember, because I was selling Mara and CLSK as it went up, and then once it hit this region, it was like I could tell, like, oh, look at these candles. It's just like you got this previous high, boom, 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 try to climb back up, and then it's just like getting stalled, and there's no volume anymore coming in, and it's just like, okay, it's probably going to go back down to these resistance levels before support levels, and I said, like, okay, this is a proper support, and since it's not going down deep into this region here, I'm assuming someone was buying at the low volume, and then in the next minute it's just like pop, 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 pop. So, and another thing I'll tell you is that every third week of the month is option expirations. So every third week there's manipulation.
Witching.
So when the witching
Triple
is actually the triple witching is quarter. So every month though has its own like options, but then the witching is every quarter, which is the third month, the third week. Okay, so remember that, very important. So that's why when you saw Nvidia and all those things crash, it was probably some hedge fund that needed to push those things down to get out of their positions because they were losing money because Nvidia was too high. So they had to make sure by Friday Nvidia's prices went down so that they would not lose money. Anyway,
which stock is this right here?
This is Bitcoin,
right?
Oh, Bitcoin. Okay. Oh, so it's back up to 70 already?
No, it's 66, but it will go to 70.
Okay. Wow.
But you got out already.
Me, no, I'm still holding my position.
Where did you get in? Let me pull up the chart. Where did you get in? What's your price basis, your cost basis, as they say?
Okay, let me see. Mara. So I was already in Mara over here. You see here?
Mm-hmm.
And then I started selling as we went up and hit this resistance zone. And you see this candle here. You see the high volume.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see the body of the candle is very weak because it never even eclipsed this one. So then I'm going to assume that the next few days it's going to go bad. So then it went bad. And then this one's weak. Next day, bad. Okay, these candles together, this pattern tells me this thing is going to go down more. Now, the next candle is this green one. This green candle is a very important candle. Now, how deep can it penetrate to this candle? Not very. It's barely half of that.
Is this a daily or a weekly?
This is 65-minute chart.
Oh, okay.
You see here? You see that 65 is highlighted. So anyway, so most of this stuff is like you see the name here, Joe Rabel and stuff. Like, I'll teach you guys stuff that I learned from different people. One of them is Joe Rabel. The other one is Wyckoff. There's many white guys I could teach you. So happy White History Month. These white guys may be rich. I'm gonna teach you what they taught me, and you'll be fine too. Anyway, so we'll see.
I actually want to read or a question that Tyrone asked a little bit ago, and it's to you, John, but I think this would be to everyone too. Tyrone asked at John Gold, is Bitcoin an investment or a technology?
What do you think, Get Crack?
It's technology.
And you're speaking of the blockchain. We say it's a technology, right?
Correct.
But it's a trade for you as well.
Yes.
So it's like an investment, but
Angel, you are betting that the technology is good. So you're basically saying not only the blockchain is the valid way to do things, it's also the network built around it. So the computers, the people, you are betting on that the community of the Bitcoin people are actually fair actors. And now we're telling you that they're not. It's just a government co-op.
Hey, Get Crack. I want you to respond to Muti, his comment.
What's that? I don't trust. Yeah, okay. People can keep saying that. I don't care. You're going to be the guy that's opposite my trades. That's why I'm winning.
So you think
people keep saying this is what we like. We like people like you, Moody, because you're opposite me. That's how I make money.
Well, so he would be, I guess, a fundamental trader.
I don't know what he is, but he doesn't specify. So it could be anybody. It's just going to be the guy who's
what would be your other option, like a quant? He probably not a quant, right?
We can't do quants because we're not bankers, man. We don't have money.
Right.
We have to do what's best with the abilities we have.
Hey, I think he responded to you.
Yeah, I mean, of course, if you do dumb stuff like head and shoulders and ooh, this is a triangle, or that's astrology. That's astrology. I'm not teaching you that.
Man, I feel like a Luddite talking to you guys.
Anyway, yeah.
Hey, I know the terms.
Because most people think TA is like that. It's just head and shoulders, double bottom, triple Batman pattern. It's like they make up so many names now for patterns. It's just like, dude, that's astrology. That's the man's version of like looking at the horoscope. I'm not teaching you that. TA to me is just support and resistance. Support and resistance and candle. That's it. Not anything else. Because when you do those patterns, they are basically 50% you can win. That's just a coin flip. That's why they lose. The house has an edge. They have 51% on you. Or probably a lot more nowadays. So, well, you know.
What if I say I find this all interesting, but
yeah, this guy relies on candlesticks. Hey, you know, whatever. I mean, I don't care. You want to learn? You don't want to learn? That's young you, man.
Some people just, you know, they're just haters, man.
No, it doesn't matter because you need those haters. Otherwise, you lose. Because the only way you have an edge, I can't beat JP Morgan, but I can beat this guy, and that's how I make my money.
Yeah, that is one way of looking at it.
Oh, damn.
Well, you obviously know you can beat Linwood too. Give crack.
Oh, Linwood. Oh, don't get me started with that guy. I'm not giving a deal with Linwood.
You know what? I haven't had a chance to talk to Linwood. Dude is he's given center left a bad name.
Yeah, center left already had a bad name. Hey,
yeah, he does, Stanley. It's terrible.
All of them respect you, Give crack, and keep up with your adventure in this game that you're in. I'm not too sure if it would do any good for me, but I've tried investing in the stock ones. I didn't buy full stock. I just put in whatever amount I had left, and it seems like maybe even if I put in a full stock of a purchase of let's say Apple, we would feel as though it would be like a gamble at the end of the day.
Hey, before
this guy relies on what prices are.
Hold on for a second. Before you answer that, hey, Dennis and Get Crack, would you guys like to continue this tech stock talk?
I gotta go. Yeah,
you gotta go.
Do it today.
All right, we do it another day. I was gonna say we could set up another stream, and we could have this stock talk like usual.
Listen, I hope you have a good day, man. As you said, you gotta go right now. You gotta go.
All right, HP, if you're gonna hang on, if you want to do the stock talk with Dennison, let me know.
I rather both of them Get Crack and Dennison because they both
information on there.
It's like Shaq and Kobe, man. You need both of them, man.
Shaq and Kobe.
They do have two different styles.
This is we're just, I hope that when we get into this pattern where we do schedules of shows that I train you to be better than me. It's like you guys should do better than me. I've done all the legwork, and I don't need to take risks and do anything anymore. But I think you guys with the AI that's coming around, you can make AI do this, and it's just going to be so fun to see if you can make AI just using technical analysis like this, and you could perform almost as good as a quant firm. It would be really good. And you can look it up, John, how many quant firms actually do make money. They can't even beat the S&P 500. Some guy that just buys and holds by the dip. Yeah. Hedge funds don't do as good. Quant funds, they do good 1 or 2 years, and then they just fall off the next several. And it's just like, dude, if you can't make a constant return.
Let me ask you a question. Is that because of institutional investors?
I don't know, Stanley. I don't look too far into the reasons and.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sure if we had Stanley Druckenmiller and all those big guys, the Stanley Druckenmiller is he's in charge of the whole Palantir funding, right? He was the big guy.
Interesting.
funding them.
We got Master Kim up here too, man. We got the dream team up here.
Master Kim.
Master Kim, you came a little too late, Master Kim. You missed our discussion about the Indians and their level of dominance.
Yeah, absolutely. What I wanted to chime in before you guys ended the show real quick, let you know, man, as far as the show from yesterday and HB and everyone's perspective on trading calls and puts, absolutely stunning. And I've got nothing to offer, so I'm just in the audience listening. But just to let you know, this is invaluable information. In fact, I got home at midnight last night, and I just watched I understand the calls to a degree, but the puts, I had to watch a different video a couple of times. And the beauty about this, I get to, kind of go back in, watch your video, and get to appreciate it a lot more. So this is extremely great service. And I think the funny thing about this is literally printing money. This is excellent advice that everyone is getting. And once I get my intellect level, my options intellect level at a certain area, I think it's stunning. This is absolutely great information. So get cracked for me. Don't be drinking this weekend. Don't be doing nothing. Don't be riding no motorcycles. Just stay safe because we need all you guys, including the Denzian, or I've just excellent advice, and it's just absolutely great. And then it has HB and John have to act dumb a little bit so that you guys reiterate what you're saying to the dumb people out there. I think it's great. HB's the Mac with the GAT, dog. This is awesome. And he's got a CDL, knows how to seat that 53-foot trailer. It's the same in human being trading puts and calls, and seeks a 53-foot trailer. That's like a different brain, dog. Well, good job. I love the show. In fact, like the best value to come out of John Galt's, for me, is everything about how smart money is doing it. And that's the beauty about what you're doing, is you're saying how smart money's doing it. And although it's a learning curve and you do need some liquidity to really make the money, you're putting this in very pragmatic, common people's language. So this is awesome. I've enjoyed the stream. I'm going to go back and listen to this. But
don't leave yet, Master Kim. I had a question for you. Yes. Don't leave yet. I had a question for you, Master Kim. So here's my question for you, and it pertains to HB. And I'm curious to know what your how would I say this? What would be your advice to someone like HB? Let's just say not HB. Let's not make it personal. But if you were a young man, all right, if you were a young man, right, Master Kim, and you had the money to buy a used truck, and you were already in the trucking business, would you, put the money in the stock market and continue being a driver for someone? Or would you take your money and buy a used truck, take the money from the stock market and buy a used truck?
I heard HB's comment yesterday, and that was excellent, his feedback. HB's on point. Don't mess with what's going on right now. He's been going long on a lot of positions, making money. So don't mess up that money, Will, because also trucking, we're dealing with the fluctuations of, there's a shortage of drivers, and then there's a abundance of drivers. Now, HB's got experience now. So as far as driving a leased truck or someone else's truck, he's maxing out at the most you can make with someone else's truck. And then plus to get the equipment fixed, all that stuff, it's so expensive. I think he's doing perfect as we speak. Now, after we figure out who the president is, and then people are purchasing more, and there's a stimulant to the economy and stuff, I think that's probably for him to reassess his decision. But currently in this holding pattern, I think he's doing dope. I mean, this is great, because keep in mind, all these parts are costing more. Everything's costing more to maintain these things, and he's at the top of his food chain. I think HB is like this metamorphosized man. He's a man. He understands how the bad people are doing stuff. He understands truck driving, meaning the dope business. Not that he's a doper at all, but he understands investment. He understands the S&P. It's almost like these are very different men coming together to create this Frankenstein human being, and he's a likable guy on top of all. And from
they're called Renaissance men.
Yes, he's a Renaissance man. So I believe he needs to do the holding pattern until after the election and then see where interest rates go and then make a move. But I think he was talking about the puts and calls because he does it. That's a different brain. I'm listening to your guys' podcast, then I'm stopping it, going back and listening clearly so I understand the puts and all that stuff. But it's amazing. Hey, you guys are money made. I just hope none of you guys go away on vacation or just say I'm done with this. So get cracked for me. Don't be messing with the Mexican women,
Yeah, I
Don't be
mean,
catching nothing that
okay.
penicillin
Oh,
can't
really? You
cure.
can't. I'm not going to Colombia no more. Okay,
That's right. Don't be
fine.
fooling me.
Look,
Stay healthy.
whatever.
Hey,
Don't get bored with us. Is what I'm.
hey,
That's really
Master
the
Kim,
comments.
let me ask you the question. Can I ask you the question in another way?
Yes.
What would an immigrant like an Indian do if he were in the same shoes as HB?
They would hustle just like HB and then ultimately try to buy the asset as well because their brains are wired that there's no value in driving in someone else's property to get maximum value, all that type of stuff. So
Do you think they will wait? Do you think they will wait, or do you think they would buy the truck now?
They would buy the truck now with cash because their brains can't imagine paying whatever. Even if with 800 credit score, they're still borrowing high, So it's tough. So there you go. HB needs to stick in that truck and not buy it because money's not cheap right now, unless he just plans to dig in his war chest, and spend that liquid. Because keep in mind, I think that money's better spent buying a piece of real estate versus that truck. I think.
Hold on. Why do you say that? I'm curious to know. I'm not challenging you. I'm just curious to know.
I think because of those values of that real estate, when the values come down, right? That truck is not valuable only to find it with a good driver, right? It just doesn't hold the same. It could have a T800 suspension and the best rebuilt Caterpillar motor with, previous, so it doesn't have to take death and stuff like that. But it still needs to be paired with a driver for it to really be a moneymaker versus that real estate if the values come down. Exactly what you did, John, buying your neighbors' houses and the house next to your neighbors. I mean, that's just no brainer. I mean, buying real estate that
Yeah.
Well, real estate's less likely to depreciate.
Denison.
What? Hey, hold on. No, we having a conversation about financial decision making, business decision making. The reason why I asked, and I'm not putting HB on Front Street. I just go ahead.
No. And I think Master Kim made a good point too with the trucking market right now. The trucking market is just like the stock market. It goes up and down. And right now it's really high right now. When you're talking about the cost of the truck, the cost of fuel, everything is really high right now. And plus, a lot of people ain't trying to work right now too. So that's it's just at a high point right now. It's not at it's not really at it's not really a buyer's market now. Like beginning of the C19, that was the buyer's market right there. Like that right before that hit, and during that whole time, man, that was the only thing moving.
Hold on, HB. You say it was a buyer's market for what? The trucks?
For the trucks, and to go, because when you buy a truck, you're not just buying the truck, you're going into business for yourself.
Right.
So you got to take all that into consideration. You got to, the insurances, the tags, the fuel. The fuel is going to be probably your biggest expense. And with the fuel being so high right now, you got to take all that into consideration. So it's
Master Kim, hold on for a second, HB. Master Kim, do trucking companies play in the futures market for fuel?
Yes, they do. They do what's called RBOB contracts. They'll do like 60 days, or maybe they'll do longer ones. But yeah, they for sure the bigger ones, especially the ones that HB works for, big companies like that, so that they can hedge the fuel going up and down. One thing I did also want to say, John, is what.
Hey, wait a minute, Master Kim. Wait a minute. RBOB is gasoline. Wouldn't they use the heating oil, diesel?
Good man. See, damn it, get crack is so effing smart.
That's heating oil.
You're correct. Heating oil parallels diesel, but for some reason when they trade futures, they do the RBOB because the gasoline is not
fascinating.
Is not too far apart.
So they trade. What did you say? Heating oil?
Yeah. So Get Crack for me. See, this is the problem having a guy like Get Crack on he is too smart, so he stops bullshit dead in its tracks. He mentioned something very key. So the diesel fuel industry parallels the heating oil industry because heating oil is a distillate similar to to jet fuel and diesel, off-road diesel, ultra low sulfur diesel. So, but in the trading market, the people that actually have the fleets and stuff, just like FedEx and Swift and all that stuff, they buy futures contracts. But generally speaking, it's the RBOBs that they're buying because it's wherever refined unleaded gas, it's very close to diesel as well. There is a spread difference a crack spread difference between the two. But if gas goes up, so does diesel. If diesel goes up, you never are going to see, and please forgive me that I don't know how to articulate this a better way, but you don't see too big of a spread between the gas and diesel. So they do buy RBOB contracts, and then they buy CBOB and some other variations of that. But doggone it, I didn't expect Get Crack to be.
Yeah, don't play with me, man. I know my shit.
I mean, no, this is. The way he's talking about no one knows about RBOB except people that have traded futures and energy, and Get Crack is on it. So I got to I didn't know I had to sharpen my pencil. But I will say this about what HB's mentioning too. This is one of the weird industries that owner operators were quitting the business and signing on with the big companies because of everything HB mentioned. So the cycle now has becoming, before the cycle used to be, hey, get your own authority or get your own truck and do your own thing. That's American dream, right? In the trucking industry, because of COVID, or I'm sorry, the C-19, it was just not economical after the surge to maintain a truck anymore. It's just too expensive. So a lot of owner operators that they had their dream truck and everything, they had to park the truck or give the truck back to the bank. They just couldn't make it. So then they end up going back on board with the major companies, exactly what HB's doing. So right now the trend is to stay on board with the bigger companies, not become an owner operator unless you're big in scale or you've got multiple trucks.
Let me ask you this, Master Kim. How easy is it to scale? If you were HB, how easy is it to scale in trucking?
I'll answer just real quick. And HB can. There was a guy in Miami that was a truck driver, sells truck parts, everything. He had a fleet of 7 trucks. He just closed it down. So for this guy to go to 7 to 10 units and then stick owner operators, or then he subleased them out, he couldn't make it. And I'm sure there's a lot of variables to it. He had the right software. He had the right contracts pulling out of the Port of Miami. Port of Miami has 40,000 trucks a day, and he just couldn't make it. So it's almost like in the gas station business with these convenience store chains, the chains that are below 100 stores, and they're all over the place, by the way, but it's like the threshold is 100, because once they get past 100, they buy Coca-Cola and M&Ms at a different, their rebates are different. Everything is gravy at the 100 store mark. The Philip Morris cigarettes that they buy are cheaper. Everything's different. So I think in the trucking industry, that the bigger scale you get, the different way you buy fuel, because just like you mentioned, John, you're buying RBOB contracts, you're hiring a trading manager to kind of do this stuff. So they're buying brake shoes, brake drums. There's like 4 parts that are constantly high volume truck parts. They're buying containers of parts at a time for service. Their current fleet. So I think at a certain scale, versus the 20 truck companies just kind of cycle out. And I'm saying but this is something probably HB can add to. I might be over exaggerating it.
No, it's you're pretty spot on. I think with the trucking companies, it is really hard to really scale it if you're under like 10, 20 trucks. Once you're past that, 20 trucks, it's a lot easier to scale it at that point. But I've always been told that it's you gotta have 3 trucks before you really start making any money. If you don't wanna drive. Now, if you wanna drive, I mean, it could just be you owning your truck and you're gonna make money. But you know, if you just wanna make money off the trucks, you're gonna need 3 or more.
HB, Rashu put in the comment, a friend of mine last year, 1 year before he sold his truck and going back to work under a company. Owning the truck is expensive. And that was part of the reason why I asked Master Kim the question is because I've actually invested in a guy that tried to go in the trucking business, and the one thing he could not do was scale. The one truck he could drive it, and cool, he can control that, but the third truck, finding consistent drivers was like it was very, very difficult for him.
Yeah.
And I think Master Kim, can you speak about the scalability or HP on YouTube?
That's what the companies too. What they offer is a lot of times like it's so many things you got to worry about when you're on the road. That these major companies, they offer so much more like convenience where it's hard to be a small guy. Like if you're a small company, you have to have routes pretty much to all 48 states. But these major companies, I mean, you could do regional, you could do local, you could do, you know, dedicated. They have all these different options, so it's more appealing for the driver.
Rashu comments, a car accident and some maintenance issues on the truck, and he was broke. What happened? You told me you hit a Bambi, right?
Yeah.
If you hit a Bambi in your own truck as an owner operator, tell me the difference in, like, you know, how you would have to approach it. Is that a big barrier to you? Is what I'm asking.
It would depend. Now, if I had my own truck, I would have like I would have like one of those metal rails on the front, so it probably wouldn't be that big a deal at all. But if I didn't have one of those, you know, I would probably just have to fix the bumper. You know, and the bumper probably like $2,000 for a truck for a new bumper. You know.
But you were telling me, I think when you hit the Bambi, your company told you, one time you told me you had a flat, something like that. And your company told you, like, hey, just drive to the next stop and we have a mechanic or something. Is that right?
Yeah.
Would that be a disadvantage for like a regular guy, like one guy like you? If you wanted to open up your truck and you had an accident on the side of the road, like how would you deal with that?
Yeah, now it would be easier if I had the tools to just replace that tire.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something that I would have to think about. But in reality, more than likely I'll have to drive it to a stop, or I'd have to get it towed. And I mean, that's expensive too. You know, all of that stuff is another expense.
Let me ask you this question, HB. What does a tow truck? What does a tow fee cost to tow something? I think you say you tow about 70,000 pounds at some time.
Yeah. And so,
what's the tow cost?
Now, mind you, a tow truck that tows trucks, those things are rated up to like 1 million pounds, man. Those things are insane. Those things can pull. I mean, they can pull a city if you.
Hey, hold on, HB. Has anyone ever seen a tow truck being a damn? What did you drive? An 18-wheeler?
Yeah.
Has anyone ever seen that before?
Those things
a tow truck pulling an 18-wheeler?
Yeah, I've seen one. I haven't seen one in real life, but I saw them in videos.
Without the trailer attached, sure.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about with the trailer too.
I ain't never seen that before.
Yeah, I've seen.
Have you ever seen them linked together? Oh, we're gonna say, have you ever seen them?
Yeah. I've seen them. I've seen them linked together a lot. But I'm talking about a tow truck specifically built to tow trucks. Those things are, they're I mean, they're like state of the line. Yeah, they're built different. You know, so that in itself, you're talking about a very specialized truck that has to come out to get your truck, and that's just another cost.
Man, you know, the more and more we dig, like this is one of the reasons why I was interested in trucking.
Dennison.
No, we up here talking something serious. No, hey, one of the reasons why I was interested in trucking started during COVID. I think I told you this, HB. That's one of the reasons why I was interested in starting the trucking channel. And I've invested in a guy who started a trucking company. I mentioned that as well. But during COVID, you know, trucking was highlighted, particularly like in Canada. I think you may remember that, where the truckers were, and then New York and the things like that, where people thought it was political, but in reality, the trucking thing wasn't very political at the national level. It's the cities and the states that write you tickets if you're idling, things like that. And I said, damn, trucking is a whole nother world, particularly after COVID, if you were paying attention. Like how you got your goods and stuff became very, very important, you know, because there was shortages all over the country. So let's take a look at this towing video. This is very interesting. I never seen this, HB. What do you think a truck like this costs to tow a damn truck?
Man, those things gotta be at least 250 and up, man.
Damn, they're more expensive than the truck.
Yeah, they are. Because if you see them, they're like way bigger than a regular truck. But they're
HB, you there? We lost HB. Here's one of the trucks. You know, Master Kim, damn, that is a big truck. When you were driving trucks, did you ever have to get towed?
You lost Master Kim too.
Oh, Master Kim's gone. HB's gone too. Man, this is amazing. I did not know.
Damn, that's nice.
Hey, I had a question for.
He's got that new
HB.
technology.
Is HB back? I had a question
had a
for
question.
I'm bad. So
hey, go ahead.
So yeah, they're I think their ratings is up to they can haul up to 1 million pounds, and they have to have that much towing power because I mean sometimes these trucks are pulling trucks out of a ditch. You know, they're pulling trucks, you know, off the side of the road somewhere. The truck got flipped over. They got to pull it out. So I mean, you're talking about 1 million pounds worth of towing power. These things are insane.
Wow.
They're just built differently.
Yeah.
So like even to own something like that or to you know for a company to buy a truck like that, it's a lot. It's a lot of money. But I think honestly that's probably a better investment than a truck is the trucks that tow
the tow truck.
That's the tow truck. That's the better investment, honestly.
Yeah, I was going to say that's guaranteed work right there.
Hey man, let me ask you, man. Hey, let me
Let me see if I can get tow for life in here.
Hey, hold on. If you're towing like, if you're hauling $1 million, because some of the shit you have in your truck could be worth $1 million, correct?
Yeah.
That shit got to get up off the road quickly before the bandits get it, right?
Yeah.
Before the Chicago bandits get it, right?
Yeah, they'll come open it up, man.
HB, you need volunteer. You got to download that on your laptop and be ready to strike them.
I have a question for HB.
Yeah, see, that's a towing semi truck right there.
So HB, this Cube talking.
Nigga, hey, this nigga, hey, if he come on here with bullshit, HB, we gonna throw his ass off.
Yeah.
Yo, let me ask a question. So, the question came up about buying property or a truck. I'm not sure I heard your answer. I guess right now you don't own any property. Is that right?
No.
Okay. So I'm not sure if I heard your answer. If like which one you prefer, like as far as chronological order, if you're looking to buy a truck or a property. What did you say? And then I have a comment depending on your answer.
It probably a truck before the property.
Okay. And I guess the thought I had was, have you thought about like not like I'm assuming you have a place that you rent. Have you thought about like not renting a place at all for a period of time?
Yeah, no. I've already like as far as renting and stuff, I've already like downscaled a lot just because I'm barely home. So my place now is way smaller than what it was before I got into trucking. Like before, when I actually, worked from home and stuff, I was in a 2-bedroom apartment.
No, I think the question he's asking you, HB, have you considered just giving up your apartment altogether?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. No, I've definitely considered it, but it's like, I've definitely considered it. For at least maybe like a year or so, just to
right. Like for a period of time, my thought was just, it could accelerate whichever option you want to go with. It could accelerate it by, let's just say 12,000 a year, right? Just something to think about. Yeah, because I don't know. I've never been trucking, but maybe you could pretty much live in your truck, live with friends and family, get a hotel room to offset the days, and it'll still come out a lot cheaper than renting a place that you're never at.
Yeah, no, I definitely thought about it.
And then here's another idea for you. Maybe you could, what do they call arbitrage, a rental, like John Galt does. So the time that you're not there, you have it, you put on Airbnb or something like that.
Yeah,
that is a good idea right there. I never thought about that because you could be making money when you're not at home.
That's really not a bad
idea.
Boy,
hey, I'm glad I ain't throw his ass off the panel. Every now and then he come over.
Yeah, dang it.
I thought he was about to ask about the piss bottles again.
Garen's virginity.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Not again.
Speaking of John, I came up here because I was at work at the time, and I wanted to talk to you about setting you up for the call in, and I want to schedule.
Matter of fact, why don't we do a stream on that tomorrow?
Yeah, what time?
Shit, you doing it, so you let me know the time. I'm on your time.
All right.
Hey, hold on for 1 second. Dennison, are you familiar with what we're talking about here?
What?
So Garen researched how we can do a call-in line. We have people in the chat that don't want to join the panel. We have sometimes people, want to come up anonymously or whatever. Maybe they can't.
The connection is bad. Or
Right.
Yeah.
But they can call in. So Garen has figured out how to set up a call-in line. Since we do the trucker overnight as well, we're gonna have a call line so people can call in. So Garen's gonna set that up for us.
Yeah. He actually set up telephony systems for a living for a couple of decades.
Yeah. So you might find it interesting. Tomorrow, I guess we'll do whenever you're available, Garen. We'll do it. We'll live stream it, and we'll probably have some kinks, but whatever we try.
Yeah, I was going to say. I know several methods on how to do it. I'm gonna try the Google Voice method since that's the easiest.
Yeah.
And it's also
it
don't cost nothing. This one don't cost nothing. The
other ones that's even better. It's even better.
The audio routing would be the most complicated part, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was gonna ask John, do you have another device that you can host your stream from? Because a lot of the methods that I found out about require you to restart your computer.
You mean like a phone?
Yeah, like a phone or a tablet or something.
Yeah, I have a phone.
Okay, good.
And so they can just call in through my phone, and then we can take the phone call like that.
Yeah, and I'm also gonna see if I can use my phone as a test.
I think Noel fell asleep. Should I put her backstage or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows what'll happen next?
You don't know where her hands are.
Leave her on you read my mind.
She's smiling. She's awake. She's awake.
She's awake. She's just tired.
I think
she's awake. She's awake and smiling. Put her back.
She's waiting for a Prince Charming right now.
I'm gonna back out of this if she starts grinning.
You never know. She's there. I see a grin coming. Hey, Noel, show us both of your hands.
Oh my God!
What is wrong with this show, bro? You guys all going to hell now.
White girl and dreaming.
Let me put HB next to Angel. Next to Noah.
There we go.
He's under. Angel's under that pillow.
Hey, get crack. We got somebody. Hey, get crack. We said, someone King Shinar said spy and Tesla dump going is playing. What do you think about that? Get crack.
Yeah, it was obvious. I showed it yesterday. Remember, I showed the candles for the semiconductors. So a lot of the reason why the SPY is up is because of the semiconductors, and Tesla was only going up because of like a lot of stuff that Elon was saying, and it got people juiced up again. So that was just a short squeeze. So they ran out of people to squeeze and just fell back down. Anyway, yeah, a lot of people but I'm not a shorter, so that's why I'll give you the information, and you can choose to be risky and say, hey, I'm going to short the market, which is quite risky because you don't know when the end will be. You don't know if a lot of people were shorting since last month. They're all killed now. If you shorted last week, you're cool. But when is the top? So it's like, I'll tell you what I think the top could be, and you can take that to go do it or just wait for the dip and buy.
Yeah.
That's me. I'm waiting for that dip. I keep buying. I buy calls. Like the lower it goes, the more calls I buy.
Yeah.
So you're hoping things go back up?
I'm not hoping anything. That's what happens after it sells off. It goes back up. If it doesn't, I'll just cut my losses and get rid of my calls.
Yeah, it will go up, John. Because I already explained why, because of the options.
My options expire in November, so I think that's plenty of time for it to bounce back to an all-time high.
Like some of this, Dennis and Get Crack, man, you guys really need to. I don't know about Dennis's audience. I don't want to speak on my audience, but I would imagine you guys need to bring the down to like a layman's level, like sell-offs and all that stuff. What is a sell-off?
Well, the market was at all-time highs. There's a bunch of uncertainty in the news, including the fact that now Trump looks like he's going to win. People are taking their profit. Everybody at the all-time high. All the bears think they're going to change the market around anytime there's a new all-time high. And there's wasn't a great news week for buying, especially with the semiconductors getting a little air let out of their tires, which was propping everything up. So all those things converge at the same time. You got yourself a nice, healthy 10% pullback, 5 to 10% pullback.
And the pullback is when the stocks come down.
Yeah.
Right.
When they've been overheated. I mean, the SPY is a runaway train right now. We're in the middle of an AI bubble.
That's an interesting thing to say. You know what? That is very interesting, Dennison.
What part is interesting to you, Stanley?
AI bubble. I never conceived of it. And I'm not being facetious. I'm thinking of something I read about Apple. I forget where I read it, but Apple got a compliment for its AI because they're keeping it simple and not overselling, the benefits of AI.
Yeah.
I think the benefits of AI are going to be tremendous.
When we get it right.
Have you guys seen it in the chat? The AI bot in the chat?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's one of the coolest features YouTube has added. So that I don't know if you guys have seen it, but the AI chat bot will pretty much summarize what the chat is talking about.
Really?
And yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah. It's so, I don't know, man. That thing is so cool. Because I'll pull up to like, ignorant nigga shit, and it'll just be like they're just discussing Pookie got shot in the leg, and the chat is discussing if his shoe size will fit the same. Like it's just crazy.
I wonder what the AI bot said about comments about Noel.
Ah, come on,
Stanley, that's low blow, man.
Come on, man. Leave Noel out of this.
I think we're invading her privacy, frankly.
No. She likes this. I think she's listening. Probably thinking about sheep while she's listening.
Why
The
does she want to
angels,
kill
the angel in her dream.
Why does she want to kill you, Dennis?
Sheep. She think about buffalo.
And what do you guys think about this article right here? It's about AI bots being used in the org charts. So you'll see, where is it right here? AR firm Sachs plan to add AI bots to employee org charts.
Zoom in. You gotta zoom in for those guys.
Oh,
out there.
all right.
Otherwise, they'll keep complaining again. Yep.
All right, there it is. That should be big enough. Can you guys see that?
Yeah.
HR experts at Lattice had a vision of treating AI bots as human employees with a place on the org chart orientation.
Oh, hell no.
Training, key performance metrics, what are they? KPMs or whatever the hell they call them. And a boss, but the global workforce may not be ready for that, and the tech unicorn just learned the hard way. So basically, they were about to introduce AI in the org chart, or they did, and 3 days later, they scrapped the project after massive pushback on social media against giving digital workers employee records and integrating them into the organization charts, specifying their roles. It takes an employee from concept to reality and marks the start of a new journey for Lattice. What do you guys think about that?
It's bound to happen eventually, but
that is very interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah, I agree.
imagine though your boss is like giving you shit because you came in 30 seconds late and he's not even real.
Well, that's what happens to gig economy workers now. Anyone that's like an Airbnb host or Uber driver, things like that, you can get suspended, put off of the app. And it's not a person that's making the decision. It's some app ID algorithm, some app algorithm. Hey, someone complained about you. We're not looking into the reasoning why, but you're no longer able to drive for 5 days.
They're doing it in schools too, where the teachers, the teacher's assistant is a AI bot.
Hey, you guys got to dumb it down. Chat was asking, Mavid said, what's an org chart? I think these people don't even know that level. Sorry.
You know what? No. You know what y'all need to do? You need to bust out the stock dictionary. You need to go through these definitions.
Man, it's so. Oh man.
Yeah.
No. What is an org chart?
Mavid, where did it work?
Yeah, what's the org chart?
HB, you don't know what an org chart is? Do you know what an org chart is, HB?
It's an organ market.
No. What's an org chart? What's that?
An org chart is a graphical representation of a structure within an organization. So usually like a business or a corporation where you work.
Yeah, who reports to whom? It's basically a chain of command.
So HB, have you ever used LinkedIn?
Yeah.
So that was a way for people to steal people's org charts without realizing it, because LinkedIn as a company, that's how they made money. They took everyone signing up and actually giving away the information, like, I work at this company in this position. I transferred over to this place at this position. Yeah. And so these guys made money off of the fact that they knew where people were moving, where they were collated, where they were all, and after that, Microsoft bought them, and nobody's going to do that anymore because they don't trust Microsoft holding all that information. Yeah. So
it is crazy how people just voluntarily give up so much information online.
How dumb are they?
That's
your privacy.
Wild.
Yeah.
I know. It's so wild. It's insane.
Yeah, that it very much is. Let's see. Yeah, someone says like a flow chart. Yeah, it's a flow chart of responsibility in an organization,
Yeah,
more
I
or
was gonna
less.
say it's similar to a flowchart.
Yeah, just an organization representation of the organization, starting typically president, CEO,
And
or
I
something like
mentioned
that.
it like several
It's
streams
the
ago.
hill
Any other?
that shit rolls down.
Mhm.
That's
That's
pretty funny.
Yeah, and I mentioned it several streams ago about like Tesla. I bought Solar City before it was being bought up by Tesla to get free shares of Tesla on the cheap because Solar City was getting depressed. It was gonna go bankrupt, and Elon saved his cousin or brother or whatever the fuck. And it's like you look at the org chart, you figure out why he was doing it. The LinkedIn was the org chart, and it showed all the financial engineers in Solar City. He was going to acquire them to help him, optimize his Tesla business because they knew how to get subsidies from the government and work the financial statements as CFOs and all that. And you make money that way because you can basically have good earnings reports even while you're losing money. Tesla doesn't make any money; they lose money, and the
Yeah.
only reason the stock goes up is because you can financially engineer it all away.
Yeah, that's why even sometimes looking at like how much money a company makes and with their debt ratio and all that stuff, a lot of times none of that stuff even matters.
That's
There's
why I
there's
don't
a
do fundamentals. That's why I don't do it. I
yeah.
don't care about that.
Yeah, a lot of companies. There's a lot of companies that don't make any money at all. It's kind of insane when you think about it. Like I think Uber is one of those companies. Like they don't make any
They
money.
don't. Yeah,
Yeah,
they don't.
Uber.
That's one
Yeah,
of those.
Uber
Yeah.
has. I was gonna say, yeah, Uber has zero profits at the moment. Actually, no, I think
Did,
it's like
did I ever tell you guys my theory on Uber? I'm sure I did in one of these streams.
you said it. You said it once,
No,
but I don't remember.
no. I don't remember you saying that.
In my opinion, and again, as a landlord and I go in and out all of these houses, and from time to time I order from Uber Eats, and Uber owns Uber Eats, right?
Hmm.
And the owners of Uber Eats are the owners of McDonald's and the owners of Burger King and the owners of so on and so forth, right? And if you go on Uber Eats or you go on DoorDash, by and large, you're going to see mostly major companies on there. You're going to Instacart. You're going to see Walmart, Costco, Sam's. You're not going to see mom and pop headlining the show there. You
Yeah.
may be able to order from them, but they're deep down the page. You got to go looking for them. You look for a pizza on Uber Eats, it's going to be typically the big chains, Domino's, whoever.
Hmm.
And so Uber Eats, or by way of Uber, becomes kind of like the delivery man for big business, McDonald's, and the amount of money that they scalp the heads of small business to join the delivery program, more or less puts them out of business. You almost can't order from a small business, or a small business can't use Uber Eats. It's damn near, I think they take 30%, give or take, something like that. A small business can't absorb that where a big business can. And so I think Uber, in a sense, serves as the delivery for the big business, and they're all on together. So it's like a vertical integration.
Man. So it's just like a app to kind of cut the head off of the small guy, pretty much.
Well,
Also,
that seems to be, to me, what is happening. It may not have been intentional, but that is the
also,
way.
it's.
Hmm?
My bad, John.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say it's also a good way to outsource your delivery methods because a lot of places like Domino's and Papa John's, who used to have their own standard deliveries, are starting to get rid of that chain by chain in order to replace it with Uber Eats and DoorDash and stuff. And Uber Eats and DoorDash, it's a lot easier to outsource because you got to pay them less.
Yeah, but they take a bigger percentage though. Like if 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 the consumer is paying like $30 for the order, Uber Eats, they're getting like a third of that. They're getting like $10 off of that. So the company, they're only getting 20. So
They raise their prices though.
that's true too. That's true.
Yeah, I was going to say that's what I was going to say. HB, it also raises their prices and
Your
gives them an excuse to mark up the menu.
your biggest cost is always going to be labor. The biggest cost of any company that has employees, it's not just, like between 1 and 10 people, is going to be their salaries. But then there's all the regulatory overhead and requirements that come with having human beings that they just don't stop in this country. They keep going and going. Workman's comp insurance, health insurance,
which is all something you can offsource to Uber and DoorDash.
right?
You don't got to worry about
And then Uber and DoorDash don't have employees; they have contractors, so they don't give them any of those things either.
That's correct. That's very correct.
You could also outsource, like, let's say you have like 3 delivery drivers that are standard to your store. Instead of just like keeping them on for any longer at a time, having to work out all the legal stuff for workers' compensation, sick days, and including standard pay, you can just outsource them to how many ever DoorDash or Uber Eats contractors that are in your area. So that's a lot of money and a lot of responsibility that's just instantly gone.
Yeah. I just opened up my Instacart app and I looked at the all the companies that came up, and it was all like big business. There were no small companies there. Like no small companies, all big business. One of the things I wanted to share with you, I guess since we're on this before we head out of here, is the way that Uber's software or software in general can be used to drive these Uber drivers into the ground. And I'm going to see if I can find an article that Stanley just excelled, but I'm going to see if I can find an article that explains what I mean. And if not, I'll give some context to it.
Well, you do realize that Walmart perfected this drive the little man out of business like 30 years ago?
Yeah, they kind of pioneered it.
So, I mean, Uber's following a pattern of big business that's been around again since
the Big P.
The robber barons.
No, I don't.
The Big P
I don't
helped.
disagree with you at all.
I
don't disagree with you at all.
I was going to say, what else is another company that's starting to do this? You ever heard of Factor?
No, I never heard of them.
The food company.
Yeah, I've noticed there's a lot of a big trend in a lot of these companies that give you the ingredients to certain food, to whatever recipe you want, and it gives you like a recipe book and all the ingredients you need and all the utensils you need, and you can just ship it at home and cook it yourself there.
Oh yeah, that's like.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're starting to outsource chefs now.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did not Factor, but I did another one for like a whole summer one time. It was actually pretty good.
What was that? Blue Apron or something?
Yeah, Blue Apron.
It's exactly like that.
Yeah, I did Blue Apron for a whole.
Let's look at their stock. Let's see how they're doing.
I was gonna say they used to be a catering company before they started doing that crap.
I think they got bought out. Looks like they got bought out. All right.
Oh wow. Yeah, Blue Apron. I'm telling you, the food was actually really good, and I learned how to cook a lot of
really.
Yeah. Blue Apron is they actually just send you the raw ingredients, and then you cook the food yourself.
I was gonna say Factor's similar to that, but they also send you utensils that you need, like forks or certain knives.
Holy cow!
Wait,
I'm speaking as a home cook. Shit, what am I doing?
Hey Stanley, I don't know if you know this, Stanley, but in the inner cities, and I don't think they do it as much in the suburbs or rural areas, exurb areas.
Yeah.
I've known people to get clothes delivered to them like once a week.
Oh yeah, Stitch Fix, that sort of thing.
Yeah,
clothes, John.
They have stock too. Stitch Fix is a stock. Anyway, so it's September 2023. Food delivery startup Wonder Group agreed to acquire Blue Apron for $103 million, which was finalized a couple months later. So Wonder Group.
I did a stream about how to find good renters. If anyone is curious, you can go back and look that up on one of my streams here. And one of the things I talked about, and I actually even had a buddy of mine, he came up on the I think it was CT's panel or maybe one of my panels, and he talked about how he rented to an Uber driver. Does anyone remember that?
I think I
What?
do remember that one.
I mean,
Yeah.
what?
He rented to an Uber driver.
Yeah.
See, King Shinar says, John, I would be willing to collab with you on these trading streams, but there's too many cult members. Hey, you know, I'm not the one to talk trading. That's usually Denizen, Get Crack, and HB there. So, sure, if you
want King Shenard up here with you?
You know, it'll be up to those guys. I don't know King
who-
Shinar, but you know, some people have some choice words
He's
about
he's kind of a stalker. Yeah.
So
I don't know.
well,
All I
he's
hear
all right.
is I don't know. I just hear what you guys tell about him. I
don't know anything about it. Yeah, I don't know anything about it.
I don't know. Whatever.
Crack, you're the Jim Jones of investing.
Craig, let's just say he's banned from CT. He's banned from
Yeah,
CT.
I know that much.
Okay.
Guys, yeah.
He just really wants
If
to
I'm
be
if I'm
around.
gonna be the Jim Jones, then it's like I'm gonna make you drink the Kool-Aid, baby.
I was just about to go
drink
there.
the Kool-Aid. I'm like gonna drink that Kool-Aid. I'll be like, oh yeah, see.
Have some purple drink.
yeah. Purple drink, baby.
Drank.
Drank.
It's drank.
But, you know, check
Sugar,
this article out.
water,
In
purple.
Los Angeles- I don't know how to-
Purple drink.
Oh,
It's a
you're
drink.
gonna love this. My son has gotten into Kool-Aid. He asked me to get. You know what, dude? It's bad for your teeth for starters.
Right.
But hey, he's 18. You know what? But deal is, I literally asked him, 'cause dude's gonna be gone in less than a month. So I asked him, "What flavor do you want?" He said purple. So I'm just like, mother. I raised a Kool-Aid drinker.
I think HB was saying that, right? He said the good flavor was the purple.
Purple's the best.
Actually, no, it was Angel.
I wanted to.
Oh, it was
Angel
Angel?
so bad.
Angel.
No, because I do not agree with that at all.
Here's
Agree with what?
Purple. You know what? No, I'll let John talk. I'll say after.
No, go ahead, Gary.
Fine then. Purple is not. Grape is not the best Kool-Aid. I swear to God.
Blasphemy. What do you like, watermelon or some shit like that?
Trayvon like that watermelon.
No, you cracker. Blueberry.
Oh, blueberry. Okay. Maybe
All right, that's an acceptable alternative. You just barely avoided execution.
Hey guys, you know, I just had a random thought here. How many of you guys watch Fresh and Fit?
No, I don't.
I've seen an episode or two, but
I watch
it's
the
kind of
highlights whenever Myron bugs out.
yeah.
It's funny when they yell at.
I was about to say Garion likes blue tongues.
What?
How many of you guys watch Dun the Duke?
I don't think I've ever even heard of that.
I don't even know who that is.
I never heard.
Yeah,
of
who's
that?
that? No.
Let me see if I can share my screen with you.
All this Manospheres,
the
Manosphere
Duke.
stuff. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't pay attention.
Well, I don't think he's Manosphere. I think there's something interesting that I think would be an interesting topic, like with DJ MFB. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So here's a thought for a show that maybe we could do with DJ MFB and his investigating skills. Someone says John Manosphere. Nah, John is more. I will just be more of a business channel. We have too many smart people to be sitting here talking about women. No one here. I don't think anyone here has problems with women. Anyone here has?
No one's talking about women. You think I need a problem with that? I just pay them. I just be like, I'll drop some bills.
Wait, hold on now. As long as they stay in their place, right?
Right.
Yeah, nobody up
Nah,
there.
Wait, I thought you go date. Look, I don't think. Have I ever
I've
done a show
heard some
about women?
problematic ideas about women.
Have I ever done?
No, John, I can't say you have.
I don't think so.
Nah.
Like, what the hell I need to talk about women for? Shit.
Yeah.
What am I gonna say? I ain't got nothing to complain about.
I don't
You
even
want to hear
think,
about my conquests?
I don't even think Angel has problems with women. Honestly,
that's it for real. Yeah.
I don't know what we talk about. Here. Would you like to hear some manosphere topics over here? I don't know if we have to the panels that talk
John,
about that.
please don't become a manosphere.
I don't think we have the panels to talk about it.
Yeah,
But what I do,
I rather talk about Palantir before I talk about manosphere
Yeah,
topics.
no, John, if you start talking about manosphere stuff, you might start getting people like Izzy up here.
Oh man, no. I think we could talk about it just to like laugh at it, but as a serious topic,
please
nah.
don't make it a main topic.
nah, man,
Yeah.
I'm not very interested. Yeah, I've never watched. And I've said many times, I don't understand the talk about women because everybody gets women. If someone says yes, go into the manosphere. That's one of Denizens. Denizen, I think one of your listeners wants you to go into the manosphere. Maybe there's a trading
Hey,
stock angle from the manosphere.
It's
She
where
might be
she
talking
goes,
about you.
apparently.
yeah, I think
Say
you know
what?
what's funny too. I think girls
I
like
can't.
the manosphere. I think girls like the manosphere topics more than the guys do.
No, I think she's being
Interesting.
sarcastic, though.
Oh, okay. Thank
No,
you.
I have seen a lot of
Hey,
girls in
did
the
you know what? I
manosphere.
am going to do a stream about it, and I want you guys to tell me what you think about it from the standpoint of a YouTube analytics issue. Let me see if I can show you what I want to talk about. I told you've seen that I've done a YouTube stream on YouTube analytics.
Mm-hmm.
And so what does interest me is I think that a lot of people that are talking on YouTube, like the Black Manosphere people, whatever you call them, I think that they are trapped in kind of like a loop in that if you need to make money and Google or YouTube is telling you, hey, talk about this, then they're telling you this is where your users come from. And I think I've shown you that. But
Yeah.
once I get a little bit more statistics, I'll be able to show you more to show you why I think certain things, or why when you go to YouTube, why the algorithm works a certain way. And I'm looking for the topic that I was going to talk about, but I may not be able to find it. It may have
I
expired
think
by now. Go
John,
ahead.
I think too what you just said, it's a loop, but it's kind of ironic because a lot of the things they talk about are like circular talking points. Like there really is no answer to the questions that they like. If you just ask what are women looking for, that's a circular topic.
They
It
want
doesn't.
strength, power,
Yeah.
money.
Yeah, it can go on for days, or
My answer to that is, who gives a fuck what women want?
yeah, no, but I mean, like it's a circular loop, but it's also circular topics too.
Yeah, I was going to say I think that's a somewhat of a perk of the manosphere, though. It's so ambiguous when it comes to the solutions to whatever problems they're trying to address that it kind of just has no end to it.
No.
Well, here's what I think is interesting about it. I'm going to show you some of what this guy is talking about. You can see the headline here. Myron, that's the fresh and fit guy, caught lying about his real estate holdings. Can you guys see that? Everyone can see that, right? And to his credit, from this guy's standpoint, he does own some properties. You got to give him that. And some of the properties are in Miami. Miami's not a cheap place, so that he does own some property.
I'm curious if we talk about Myron or the guy or this guy.
The guy from Fresh and Fit.
That is Myron.
Right. This is done to Duke, and he's doing an analysis of the Fresh and Fit guy, and he basically goes after all these guys, the Anton Daniels, the Fresh and Fit guy, the blah blah blah, you name them, right? What's the other guy? The Saint in the Center, blah blah blah. You know what I'm talking about? And these guys
I
have
never
a lot
heard
of
of any of these guys.
Well, man, these guys have a lot of followers.
Thank God we don't. Otherwise, we'd be like, "Oh, I can't get no pussy," even though I make like six figures of trading.
I don't think that's what this guy talks about. I think this guy is more or less talking about how a lot of these guys are frauds, and
that's a given.
A lot of times he would go back to their life before the internet, and they weren't really that impressive, and they built up their life off of the internet, on the internet, talking shit on YouTube, and more or less have formed like cult-like followings. Does that make sense? Let me answer Ryan's question. I see he's in the chat. let's discuss the concept of moral hazard and how the government creates moral hazards everywhere. For example, FEMA rescues $1 million oceanfront homes. Yeah. You know, man, that would be we probably have 5 people in the chat, and I don't mind talking about it.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Go ahead.
I was going to say we barely have anybody in the chat if you talk something about that.
But we'd have to fold it into something probably more of a social aspect as to how it affects everyone, like a broader group.
Well, welfare. The welfare state is a moral hazard.
Yeah, so I think that would be a better way of going about it, and we can use the oceanfront homes as kind of welfare for the rich as an example, but the broader interest would probably be the moral hazards as it relates to welfare, and the welfare for the rich would be included in that.
Yeah, rider.
Yeah. But to get the people, we'd probably have to say the moral hazard of the welfare of the rich, or something like that, and we can include the rich people as well. So one of the things, you know, this struck me. This guy's stream right here really interested me. Once you can see the title, "Real Estate Holdings Lying," I said, "Oh, this sounds interesting to me." And I said, let me listen to it. And so he goes into Myron Fresh and Fitz, right? His real estate holdings, and he shows you some of the pictures. I can't believe no one's familiar with this guy, Don the Duke. He is, if you can see the screen, he has 20,000 subscribers.
Oh,
and this stream had 14,000 views. If you can see it, everyone can see that, right?
That's not a lot, though, is it?
No, it's not. It's not. And I think that I think that goes to show you, John, that a lot of people they don't want to know the reality about what's really going on with these manosphere guys. They just want to sip the Kool-Aid, honestly.
Not gonna lie, you can probably check the comments and see how many of them go against this guy and how many do.
Wait. Hold on. What's the substance of this damn video other than the damn?
All right, you know, I'm gonna jump ahead.
Oh, this bitch 2 hours long.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna show it. Matter of fact, I don't even have to show anything. But he went through.
Look at it.
He looked up the videos. He looked up the property addresses of the guy's property. I think he owns 5 or 6 or whatever. And some of them you can see in the background of this video. In the background here, this is one of the properties here. You see it?
So what is he lying about? A property?
It's a double wide trailer house in a concrete lot. Looks like maybe 1/4 of an acre, maybe a little bit less, like a 0.22.
I know Cube is on here.
I know. So what's the lie? What's the lie? Is it a property or not?
No, nigga, this nigga here just is impatient.
Yeah, is he renting that bitch and collecting income from it? You know, that's.
Let me raise my mic up a little bit. Why this nigga so impatient? We're gonna figure out. We gotta get to the bottom of his impatience. I'm gonna make you wait just 1 minute longer. I'm gonna have to go grab a beer. Is that okay, Cube? I got
Go ahead. Is it high life? Is it high life?
High life.
No, you need 211, John. You need a 211
right now. Get out.
Bro, hey, listen.
Come on, we got money now, man. This ain't the old days.
Yeah, I used to drink that cheap. Listen, I used to drink this right here, right? You know, everybody can see what I used to drink.
No, we can't see the damn thing is so small.
Yeah, it's too small.
Beer in a can. Why is this guy living like a poor man?
Okay, all right.
We know you got money. You should be drinking out of the bottle.
Did you guys ever hear the story about Jim Brown?
Brown.
When he played football.
Yeah.
It is an obscure story. We're going way off the topic here, but I'll go with you for today. Jim Brown. There was a story about Jim Brown, and they say, why do you give it up so slowly every time you get tackled? Anyone ever heard this story before I go too far?
Yeah.
So HB, tell them the story. Go ahead.
He basically said that he used to get up slowly because he didn't want people to know how hard they hit him. So he would get up slow every single time.
Every single time. You never know when you got a good hit on him because every time he just get slow, like you just knocked him out. And you never knew when you really heard it. And let me see if I can share this video.
I met Franco Harris once.
No volume. There's no volume. I don't hear nothing.
Oh shit! No volume. You guys don't have the volume?
No.
Let me.
Hugh doesn't hear anything. I don't know about everybody else.
Let me stop and play it one more time. Then how about that? All right. I replay it. Yeah.
What happened to the Myron Gaines thing?
We're gonna get there, man. Shit, you're impatient. Jesus.
This nigga can't wait.
Yeah,
I'm here to call
here's
BS.
let me know if you can hear this. Maybe we can't hear it because you keep talking. Can you guys hear this?
Play,
Yeah.
when you got tackled, you were always very slow to get up. Consistent though. Why?
Well, you get up the same time each time so that the enemy don't know when you're hurt or when you have to get up slow. And it gives you an advantage. That's simple. You know.
That's some smart, slick stuff right there.
Is that simple?
That's slick. That's
Shit.
slick.
Yeah,
I hit hard time.
He read his Sun Tzu, man.
If I hit hard times, I had to go real low. I can't afford Miller Lite. I drink it now. You never know when I get low because I'll still be drinking Miller Lite. Listen, I was in the store yesterday. They had this shit on sale right here for $4.89.
What the heck is
So
that?
I'm drinking this today.
It's banquet. It's banquet, man. Yeah.
Anyway, so Myron Gaines, right? Here on Myron. Here's what Myron. Now here's his house, and I'm gonna play. Do I have time to play like a minute or two of this, just so I can give you guys context, and I'm gonna jump to the
Yeah. Just play as much as you think you.
Now this guy's hitting the points here. I will give him this. He on to some shit, and he's on to something, a point that I want to make when I do my stream about these. Here, let me see if I can find the stream. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Yeah. So here's the stream that I'm going to do right here, and I think it's going to be interesting to some people, not all. If you can see my screen, you see it right here. It is past the date, but I'll just reschedule it. But this is the one I'm going to do right here. You see this?
We can't see the screen.
We can't see it.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't see my screen? Let's see. Damn. I got you. Yeah.
John, you already drunk?
Nah, hell no.
What, you high?
Hell no. You nigga
I'm here to call out the BS.
Hell no.
Hell nah.
Yeah, put his ass out of here.
Asking those dumbass questions.
Hey, you want to put it out?
He got one more strike, John. One more strike, man.
No, he can't. No, you need to.
Yeah, this nigga made me lose. Hey, what was I about to show you, man? This nigga made me lose track of it, man. This nigga made me lose track of what the hell I was about to show. Hey, what was I about to show? This nigga made me lose.
The Duke guy.
Oh, right. Don the Duke.
Don the Duke. Yeah.
All right.
I'm telling you, man, he do that to me, man, too, man. I'm like, get this nigga out of here, man.
So the point I'm trying to make is, and again, this stream, the urban landlord, what got me interested in this was the topic of this video. He's looking at this guy's houses. I've shown you my houses. And I've told you what it takes to be a landlord. Right. And Myron Freshest Fit, whatever. These niggas that want to sit on TV, talk a lot of shit. And that probably is his skill and his ability level. But you've seen what I've had to do. I've shown you piss, long ass dreadlocks. Now I want you to listen to what this guy's saying about Myron Fresh and Fit.
With this, and I'm not sure if I've heard him talk about it often, but we're going to talk about it here. Okay. Apparently there was an issue between Myron and a particular tenant. Okay. And this will shock you because I ended up doing a little bit more digging. Okay. And we found it. We found it. It looks like Myron was taking somebody to court. It's still open, and they're trying to evict the motherfucker. Evict them from where? Looks like this property over here.
Now you seen me, and I've told you many times.
Oh, that's the hood.
I ain't ever evicting anybody. How many people remember how many times I told you I ain't never evicted anybody? Never taken anyone to court. Say, hey man, I'm about to go ask the government to put your ass out of here. Never, not one time. You got this nigga on here giving advice to people, telling them how I'm a real estate man. You go do it too. And this guy's going to talk about how someone told him, like, yo, bro, it ain't as easy as you talking about. And behind the scenes, this guy's going through an eviction, but he ain't telling people that shit. I've never had to evict anyone by court of law. It ain't as easy as people think it is. These people out here just talking. They're making their money running their mouth and getting their ass handed to them when they try to do what they're talking about. Someone says I need to go on full screen here. Let's go.
Oh, y'all don't believe me. That's right. Let me go ahead and take this off real quick. Let me bring this paperwork up that we found over here. I think it's very interesting. Hey, listen, straight from the
This guy talks like a simp.
You can't fake this shit, all right? So I'm gonna present this to you guys. Okay. We don't share the window. That's how we're gonna do this.
At least you can hear what he's saying.
Perfect. All right, here we go. Here it is. Oh wow. Okay, my screen. Hold up. I got an ultra wide screen, Jack. Hold up. Oh, maybe I'll just zoom in. All right. Let me pull this up. Here we go. There it is. Y'all can see. There's my name right up there. Y'all look. I'm right up there. Y'all can find me. Can I put it this way? Hold up, so y'all can see me. But I had to actually request this document, so they put it together for me because it's still an open case, which is surprising. But let's zoom in real quick, okay? So case name, it's Amaru versus Derek Curry. Oh, this was filed last year, March. That's interesting. Let's keep going. Oh, it's under the categories of evictions. Now, that is very interesting. It's still open, by the way. It's not a closed case. It's still open. So this nigga right now is actively evicting a motherfucker, and he's finding out how hard that is. Right? Hey, maybe preaching real estate as a great investment, as a passive income, without preaching the potential downsides like you're going through and how expensive it can be and hard to get people off your property. It's probably something you want to include in there.
Facts.
That's why I don't pitch real estate to people. You gotta be a hard motherfucker, hard. Because it's one of the things. If I do pitch it, if whenever people say, "Hey, I say, man, there's no way I would run a whole house to anybody. Period. Point blank.
Even if you heavily vetted them, like you left your house up on the market until you found people you think would live there for 5 to 10 years.
Life comes at you fast, Denizen. Divorce, injuries. Man, let me see if I can. Man, I remember a while back, I got a damn text message from a woman, Denizen. She said, "Should I? I'm gonna look it up while I play some of this guy's video just to pass some time, so it's not to waste you guys' time. Let's go."
There, right? But let's continue. So he's evicting somebody right now, Mr. Derek. You guys can look up the case number. All right, this is Miami-Dade County. That's where they're at. So there's Derek Curry and all other possessions. He's the defendant. All right, here's the complaint for eviction. Comes now, plaintiff Amaru Fadu. He's the plaintiff. Sues defendant Derek Curry and all other in possession of and alleges this is an action to recover possession of a certain real property unlawfully detained by the defendants. Derek Curry, Thea Curry, and all others in possession. Hey, y'all remember what's going on in New York right now? Y'all know what's going on in New York where they talk about what is it? Squatting, right? They talk about squatting. It seems like Myron's going through a little bit of squatting issue himself, all right? He says, the property, which is residential in nature, is located in Miami-Dade County in the following address. Oh, There it is. There's the address, guys. And y'all remember, that's... Hold up. Let me see if I can bring this up. Hold up. Let me move this out of the way. Hold up. Why is it only sharing this? Okay, let's stop sharing. That is this address right over here. Y'all don't remember this. I got to show you guys what this look like. This is the unit right here. This is it right here. So this unit, apparently Myron is going through an ongoing eviction process. And it kind of makes sense because, I mean, what even is this, bro? Are those milk crates? What? We got milk crates and a tire. What neighborhood? No wonder you're going through this bullshit. Look at this. Look at this. What are you competing to be the biggest slumlord in Miami? Like Miami-Dade County? All these properties are fucking slums, bro. What are we looking at?
You see what I'm saying? Like, now you seen my properties. I've shown you pictures. Look at that shit.
Yeah.
He on here telling people, giving people real estate advice and shit. You think that nigga will go snake a drain? Do I need to show y'all nigga that dreadlock? It's lunchtime. You want to see the dreadlock? You think that nigga will go get a dreadlock?
John, did you say it's lunchtime?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. What is your point?
Nah.
Do we need y'all put a chat in the comment? We need to put this cube up out of here. He talking. He trolling today. He on troll.
I say one.
I just wish she had a real argument. If you have a real conversation,
you started off good, man. You started off good.
I just don't think you get the bigger picture, man. These guys are selling a lifestyle that they don't live.
Yeah, I was going to say they can't measure up to their own advice,
and they're selling it to gullible people.
You don't see how demonic this is. It's like
the property is not great. What's your point?
It's like he's sell. Let me get him, HB. He telling people that listen to him, that watch him with women and ogling women and shit, telling them get some real nigga advice. Go out here in the hood and do this shit. But he ain't capable of doing this shit himself. I done told you I ain't ever had to evict anybody. What's the difference between me and him?
You don't rent out the whole house.
But this shit ain't gonna happen to me no matter what. Ain't nobody gonna stay in my house, just not pay me like that, and I'm gonna go to court with them. We're gonna have to figure out another direction. I'm not going in the courts where you get home field advantage on me. That's what he doesn't understand. Yeah. He doesn't understand the playing field. Miami, Florida. Got to be fairly liberal city. You protecting all these poor ass people, and you trying to take him to court, man. You better figure some other way out. And that's what he does. And now he's on TV.
What is your point?
Did you got charlatans like this guy, and this guy is exposing him. Let's go ahead. He's not telling people what he's going through.
Excuse me. How is this getting exposed? How is this getting exposed? Please tell me.
Well, he's portraying a life on Fresh and Fit. That he's this real estate guy, blah blah blah, and people are buying into that because the studio that he does his show in is nice, blah blah blah. He got women in there.
No. So is this not a property that he rents? So what are you talking about?
But behind the scenes, he doesn't tell people the horror stories of renting, the troubles, the problems you go through. You hear that from someone like me,
bro.
I don't make that shit
talking about.
So Ice Cube, remember Ice Cube? You remember you told me I have to. No, hey, hold on, John. Like Ice Cube, you told me I have to show my losses too. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
I'm not here to tell you like I won this, I won that, I won everything, and like I give you advice and say like, oh yeah, it's easy to do this. It ain't.
No.
And this is exactly what John's saying in the real estate world. He's showing you just all the good stuff, all the great things they can do. They can flip properties or whatever. And it's not the case. You're going to have to take losses, or you're going to have to do it the hard way to find out that life will come at you like this, right? With an eviction.
He doesn't have a real estate show. He doesn't have a real estate show. He makes comments and references his real estate portfolio.
But
Like,
but apparently,
this
according to this
closing?
guy, hold on. Apparently, according to this guy, and I'm not exposing him.
No. How is this
That's not
guy
the point of
exposing? That's
well,
my question.
this guy's point is saying, and which I kind of agree with, is someone says he has said several times he has slum properties. I don't watch this show, so I'm not coming.
Well, I'm sorry. He said what about slum properties?
Someone says he has slum properties. I can't believe he admitted that on the internet, because that would really.
Yeah, I was going to say, John. No, that's not the point of the video, though. The point is the fact that John gives advice on how to. Not John. Myron gives advice on how to manage properties as well as tenants, and he can't do it himself.
Gary, shut the hell up. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Listen to you guys. Let me make my point. Listen. Can I make my point? Listen. You guys are talking about swimming without getting wet. What the hell are y'all talking about?
This nigga got
like, of course he's gonna have to deal with. Of course he's gonna have to deal with a bad tenant once in a while. What the hell are y'all talking about?
But what I'm saying is,
yeah, because you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
All right, let me finish.
And just because you don't take your tenants to court doesn't mean you don't have problem tenants.
He's not gonna let you one finish.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying to you is, according to this guy's criticism, and again, I haven't watched this show. I haven't watched a lot of Fresh and Fit, just a little bit. And what he's saying is that this guy is telling people to go invest in real estate. Yeah. And I don't disagree with that in terms of investment advice. But you gotta show both sides, bro. It's not fair to people. If I can't, hold on, I let you talk. I let you talk. If I came on here, honestly, guys, and all I did was talk about how glamorous real estate is, how I'm making so much money, I'm just sitting here every day, like, I would just be giving you one-sided view of it. Is that fair? But I show you the dreadlocks. I show you the pictures. Someone asked me, and I just said I had to go find the picture. Let me see if I can show you. I had to go find the picture.
But John,
no, I ain't looking at that again.
I think too the issue is it's on that aspect of it is the backdrop of him being a red pill commentator. So he's using all of that to pretty much say, I'm a high value male, I have all these women, I got all these properties, I'm successful. But he's not really telling the bad side of all that too. And he's selling it to people.
Hey, so right. First of all, he's not selling anything. He doesn't have a real estate channel. Second of all, that's like HB coming on here.
No. He's selling the idea of getting a bunch of women by owning stuff and being a high value male, quote unquote.
Hey, HB, are you basically saying that, like, I think John is trying to say this in a different way, where he's doing that, he's saying those things because he wants the algorithm to boost his signal up. Because if he talks about bad stuff that happened to him, the algorithm would push him down. Is that what you're trying to get at? Is that your real point, John?
No. It's not even it's I don't think that's the issue. I think anybody that goes into business for themselves, obviously you're gonna have ups and downs, but what it is it's like this whole red pill, you gotta have this, you gotta have that to get women. So he's trying to portray himself as something that he's really not.
Okay. Except that he's not trying to portray himself as something that he's really not. Like HB, it's like you talking about trucking in every single sentence. You got to qualify with a negative. Oh, trucking's great. I get to spend time on the road, and I don't have any expenses at home. But I'm lonely. Like, you don't have to say qualify every single thing.
Who said I was
with
lonely?
With the negative. Bro. Well, we know you're not. We know you're not lonely because you got them lot lizards, bro.
Man, we've been out here fundraising lot lizards for
we what, a month?
2 months? Shit. We make sure he ain't lonely.
I'm just saying, like, he doesn't
want
HB
getting delivered to your home.
I demand proof of reptile.
Hey, well, make this in the cash app right now. Hey, hold on. I'll make these niggas in the cash app right now. Don't you like the goods that HB gets? Huh? Don't you appreciate that shit? Huh?
If you're talking to me, no. Listen, I'm just saying he doesn't have a real estate show, right? So to sit here and nitpick because he doesn't qualify.
Does.
Listen,
Someone
to sit
said
here and
kind of
nitpick
does.
every. Nah, listen, to sit here and nitpick everything because he doesn't qualify everything with a negative, that's just lazy. Like
He
this
has a
guy did
bunch of different
expose.
channels.
No, okay. What did this guy expose? Y'all still haven't answered the question.
I don't see it as an expose, so I would say no. I would say nothing. He didn't expose. He didn't expose anything. Maybe some of the side of real estate that John would openly talk about that most real estate people on YouTube don't talk about.
Well, listen,
that you
John,
might have
John
to
is
sue
mostly
somebody when
talking
they
about-
don't pay you for some shit. You know, that shit happens.
Listen, John, a lot of times negative things come about because there's questions asked, right? Like usually someone's not going to lead with a question. Hey, I'm thinking about real estate, but tell me the horror stories first. Like they're going to say, oh, how do I get the first property? Like yada, yada, yada. Like usually you're not talking about the negative stuff until more of an in-depth conversation. That's kind of why I just feel like this is not an expose.
Well, you know, as you keep talking, one of the things that this guy talks about is that these guys really didn't have all this experience that qualifies them to be listened to prior to their YouTube experience. Nigga, I'm 50 videos in, so hold on, because you don't went on for a minute. I'm 50 videos in, or so I ain't out here dancing for beats or cash apps. But I'm giving you a realistic perspective. When I was a younger man, hell yeah, I could show you where I was balling out and shit, you know. But I can also give you a realistic perspective of how it is to be a landlord, and I think it's much more realistic. And I'm not criticizing him. I give him kudos for even having the damn mentality to go out and buy properties instead of cars. So it's not a criticism. I would like to say it's a critique. Understand? As I've told you.
Okay, hold on. So let me clarify. What's your critique? What's your specific critique?
I'm gonna have to dumb this shit down real.
Yeah, I mean, John, you've said it about 100 times, but
I'm gonna dumb it down.
John ain't never had to take nobody to court. That's the critique.
Okay. So 90. So what percent? Listen. 90%. What percentage of landlords actually take their tenants to court? You buck the trend and do it a different way.
Are you sure?
What I'm saying, if you will give me the time to speak, my wrong. I'm calling it my wrong.
Okay, go ahead.
He has about the same number of properties I have, give or take. He's taking the different strategies. Okay, so what? Part of the reason why he's taking different strategies is because it allows him to go do fresh and fit. Right? Mm-hmm. Me, I've taken a different strategy, which allows me to not have to evict people. I put a little bit more thought into this shit. I've been doing this shit a long time, man. 40 years. If you add
okay.
from the time my mother, my dad was a landlord, what you got to say?
There's multiple ways to skin a cat. There's multiple ways to skin a cat.
Yeah.
Like,
that's
are you saying that your way is the correct and 100% correct way?
I think
right?
staying out of court is the best way for anybody. I mean, who wants to go to court?
Oh, okay. So most landlords, the majority of 51%, do they take their tenants to court or not?
I don't know, but I ain't talking about them.
Who
I'm
knows?
talking about the ones that don't. I'm talking about the ones that don't. Right? I'm like, listen, what I would talk to you honestly is, as I keep trying to explain to you, bro, why do people play so hard during the regular season? Why? Because they want home field. Let's stop.
I don't know if they do.
Listen, no disrespect, bro, but I'm gonna mute you just so I can finish my point, okay? No disrespect. I'm gonna mute you so I can finish my point. There's a reason, and I'm gonna use a sports metaphor so you people that can understand. There's a reason why people play so hard during the regular season in the NFL, not necessarily basketball, but the NFL. because they want home field advantage. Does everyone understand it?
I'm a sports guy. I disagree that they even play hard, bro. They don't even. Who's agreeing with you that they play hard? I don't agree with you. So
I'm out. I
your
can't
point
stand that
falls flat.
shit.
Yeah, you might gotta
Shut the
get
hell up,
him
gang, you
out of here.
simp ass. Get the hell out of here.
He don't get it. He don't get it.
Anyway, Q, listen. All right, listen. We
Nah,
agree.
you have a weak ass point. They
All
don't
right,
play
all
hard in the
right,
regular season. What is your point?
He don't get it.
Your point falls flat. They don't play hard in the regular season.
Fair enough. All right, fair enough. All right. This nigga done threw me all off my point. But anyway, so I'm going to show you. Someone asked me about renting. We're going to tangentially pivot a little bit. Someone asked me about renting rooms versus houses. I don't know who that was, but I'm going to jump to a point to kind of explain why I haven't, my experience. If you would have asked me why, that I bet you that a nigga like Myron can't dig into that reservoir of knowledge that I have, because I've been doing this 40 years. Nigga, I remember me and my mama years ago. No lie, this is bullshit. We went to this lady job. I was a little boy. And she worked at a nurse, like a doctor's office or some shit. My mama said, I'm going and get the money from her. She ain't had the money. We went straight to the house and took the doors off that motherfucker. Straight up. My mama, gangster, took the doors off that motherfucker. I said, damn, you gonna leave these people living like, I was a little boy. I was like, damn, you gonna leave these people living like this? No pay, no stay. And I think, honestly, a lot of people that get into this business, and I'm not saying that you have to do these things, but you got to be willing. You got to have that heart, that dog in you to be willing to do it. Honestly, this is what I believe. I could be wrong. But we talked about scale in the trucking business, and I think there's a such thing as scale in the real estate business as well. I've told many of my friends, like, yo, bro, if you're going to buy one, you better buy some. This ain't the business for people to get in one or two houses. Hell no. So let me show you a text cube that I got, and I think it'll explain why I don't rent houses. Let me see. Can you guys see this?
Yeah.
You can see it. Let me see what screen is that.
I can read it if you want.
Yeah, go ahead and read from them. You're a good reader. Go ahead.
I'm sorry I got hit by a truck on my scooter and it took me out of work for 2 days. I'm like a little short, about to go get the rest as soon as my phone full charge. I understand I should have communicated that to you. I was just scared, but my check from my job is coming this week, so this won't happen anymore. I apologize for my unprofessionalism and lack of communication. I will have it all today and not be late this week.
Have mercy. Have mercy. You think I ran a motherfucker? Let's say a couple, she married to a nigga. You guys want me to give you a backstory? Don't make me go look up the text message. I'll keep you here a little minute. You want to hear the backstory of this?
Yeah, what happened with this?
Hey, you want to hear the backstory to this woman right here? This is a hardworking woman. I will give her credit for it. That is true. Anyway, let me know if you want to hear the backstory, or I can move on to my wrong, whatever you want. Dennison, you want to hear the backstory to this woman?
I defer to Cubed and the chat.
You want to hear the backstory to this?
Put a one in the chat if you want to hear this.
Yeah, I can't chat, so yeah, I want to hear.
You want to hear it? What about you?
Where's Gary? Where's Gary and Simpas? Where's Gary?
I think Get Crack is.
You ran the people off, Cube. Someone said Roscoe. Hey, can someone put?
They want to hear it.
Denizen, are you in real estate?
No.
So you guys know I rent rooms on Airbnb. I may look and see if I can find her text message in just 1 minute if I have time. And so she initially, now when she doing all this talking about her, oh man, shit, it's 4 minutes, 4 hours, 4 minutes It's probably gonna take 15 minutes to tell 10 minutes to tell the whole story. So when she first showed up at my house, the first time she booked my Airbnb, she showed up with a nigga. I said, damn, this is a Spanish woman with a nigga. I'm on the wrong channel to be saying that, but fuck it. Like, I should have created a new stream for this. But anyway, so so she shows up with a nigga, and they're looking for housing. They had moved from Tennessee, right? Tennessee, somewhere down in Tennessee. And so they're looking for housing. They're bumping around in my Airbnb. They keep extending, so on and so forth. That's typically how it works with these people. You know, they book as much housing as they can afford, and then they move on, right? Or they book again. They extend it again. I can show you the example of that just happened yesterday. So anyway, so this lady, she shows up with a nigga, and she's Hispanic but fat. And they're from Tennessee somewhere, and she was talking about, you know, they moved here for good jobs or whatever. And she said, I could find a place, but I got this nigga with me. She didn't call him a nigga, but I am. And she said, but I got this nigga with me, and the Spanish people would not rent me a room with this nigger. I said, what do you want me to do? I dropped, and I remember telling a friend of mine, I said, man, it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen. She's going to have to drop this nigga, period. Because when it comes to housing, you got to choose. Do you want to choose housing, or is that dick that good? So she chose housing, and she eventually moved over into the ghetto, and she booked one house and stayed there. But as you can see, this is a text message, so this is not Airbnb. And she was a decent tenant. And so when she finally got to the ghetto, she had dropped the nigger, as you can see right here. And it's just her paying rent at this point. And she says, you know, basically she got hit by a truck on my scooter. Now you're gonna make me look up these other messages, because she had when she first came to my house, you won't believe this shit. And I'm gonna see if I can find it, because I just remembered this. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Listen. Oh shit. Woo! Listen. Wait a minute.
While you looking that up, I'm gonna sit here and talk about
Hold on. She had just had a miscarriage. I just remember that. When she moved into my home, she just had a miscarriage. And she went right back to work. And then she got hit by a truck. You see it? She got hit by a truck on my scooter. And it took me out of work for 2 days. I'm like a little short, but I go get the rest as soon as my phone charged. Blah, 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 blah.
This is just a room?
Just a room. This motherfucker had a broke leg going to work. Gotta pay me. Gotta pay the paymaster. I am that paymaster. But I don't sit around here and talk about that shit. You understand? Like, my wrong, all these people, they talking about how much real estate they got and all this bullshit. But they're not gonna show you the drains they have to snake. He not gonna tell you how you stay out of landlord-tenant court. I show you. I tell you. Like, this ain't about bragging. This is, if you really want to get into this, the money will come. But how do you not end up like my wrong? Where you talking one thing on TV, but you can't tell the true story of what goes on behind the scenes. And that is really my own critic. That's really my own criticism. It's not he's lying by omission.
He's swimming. If you swim, you're gonna get wet. So
he's lying by omission in a way, and that, like, he's projecting a life to you that in reality, and this guy only showed a handful of his properties. The condition.
He doesn't even have a real estate show.
Here's why the swimming analogy doesn't work. People know that when they go swimming, they're going to get wet.
Right. And if you are a landlord, that means you're going to have people default on your rent.
And if you're not a landlord, You don't know that.
Yeah,
It
that's
just
true.
comes with the
That's
territory.
very true.
Right.
But
I
if you're
mean,
not a landlord, you don't know that. If you don't
right.
swim,
That's fair.
you know that water's wet. But if you're not a landlord, you don't know all the shitty stuff that comes with being a landlord.
Right, but he doesn't have a housing podcast.
He's got a financial advice podcast that he does, where he has real estate people come on and he suggests people buy real estate as an investment.
Right. Yeah, that's fine. But does that mean he's going into every single detail about real estate?
Well, I don't think every single detail and the fact that you
Has the
may
nigga
not
ever
get
shown you?
paid.
Has he ever shown a dreadlock being pulled out of the drain? Has he ever shown you a door? Someone says he probably has a property manager. Okay, well, fair enough. And then that is the point that I would tell people. Honestly, I'm giving you my own advice, and I'm not saying that his advice is different. You know, it maybe applies different. But the guy went through all of his properties, and for the most part, they were all in Miami. If he has a property manager, that's going to take out a large cut of your money. And the property manager, as Master Kim would tell you, is not going to manage your property like you do. I've never had a property manager. I think a property manager comes with scale. Because if I had 25 properties, hell no, I wouldn't be snaking drains all day. I don't have 25. Myron doesn't have 25. And so a property manager doesn't really work. It doesn't, like we've talked about trucking with HB. It's very difficult. A lot of the things you got to do for yourself until you can get some scale. And if Myron has a property manager, then it goes to the biggest point that I'm making is that you have to be willing to do things yourself. And these people, they're telling people to get into a business where you got to be willing to do a lot of this shit yourself. And if you're going to be honest with people and be giving people advice to get into a business like this, you need to show both sides. I could talk to you all day. I could show you cash apps and reservations and shit. You never hear me talk about that because that will come. But the hard part, the things that no one is going to talk about on YouTube, no one talks. You probably can search all of YouTube and look and see if you can find someone talking about pulling a drain out of a toilet as a landlord. How you have to do this shit all the time and things you can do to prevent these problems. Tightening up beds and shit. Like he's not down in the nitty gritty, and he's giving people surface level information who really look up to him, and it's causing them financial ruin, I would imagine. Or he's outright scamming, not him, but other people like the Caesar, the guy from New York radio station. He ends up outright scamming the people, and so that's the kind of the point that I'm making. Anyway, Cube, what do you got?
Nah, I think Denizen actually agreed with me prior. So yeah, I don't think, maybe we need to watch more of the video, but I don't think that guy would ever expose anything.
Yeah, we don't know that Myron doesn't talk about this because we don't watch Myron, and he probably has a property manager.
And I've already explained the property manager part. I won't repeat that. We'll watch a couple more minutes of this video, then we'll end it there.
Yeah, here. I mean, listen, again, let's just be real here for a second, chat. I'm gonna be real with you, okay? Even a $2.5 million, not counting the one he's in right now, all right, that he's got, that's not nothing to sneeze at. Let's just be real. Someone who's 34 years old, all right, former Homeland Security agent, okay, now he's running a podcast where he's, built himself a little nest egg of $2.4 million. But again, when we talk about these properties and potential values you can get off of these, right, you got to start putting things in question because now we have to factor in other conditions, like, the market. We know everything's on the upside right now, okay, and everything seems like their value is inflated. What happens when the market swings the other way? Now, I know we're in the West and we never are really accustomed. I mean, we are, but it seems like long memory when it comes.
I'm toward the end of where he talked about all of his other properties. And but you can generally see the condition of his property. And again, like I've shown you my places, and you look at this guy's places. Like just look at the neighborhood that he's in. And someone said he says he has he's a slumlord. Like who the hell will aspire and describe themselves as a slumlord and then have a real estate channel? It's a legitimate question. Like,
So if you allow me, I think if he did call himself that, I think every somewhat experienced landlord knows. Probably every landlord has been called a slumlord. So you might as well embrace the title. That's kind of how I see it. Like you mentioned that, like if people call you a slumlord, blah blah blah, and you show your light fixtures or whatever. But that's just the default. Like when a girl breaks up with a guy, oh you little dick motherfucker. Like it's the same thing. Like they're just gonna say, oh you a slumlord. That's like the first thing that comes about. So you might as well embrace it. Oh yeah, I'm a slumlord. Okay, I rent out property.
I've never.
I'm sorry.
I don't think I would embrace that though. I don't think I would embrace that honestly. But anyway, it's just an interesting
But
thought.
you said out of your own mouth that you don't think there's no such thing as a slumlord.
Well, he may be one if he considers himself as one. I don't think most people.
Whoa, hold on. So haven't you said that you don't think there's any such thing as a slumlord? I think I've heard you say.
I may have been speaking, on a grander scale, but he very well may consider himself a slumlord. So this may be par for the course for him.
You see this Mavic G? Yeah, like I said, it's not a real estate channel.
It kind of is, yeah. That's a cop-out. That's not the point. The After Hours channel, no. They talk to whores. And so you can stare at tits and degrade women because you're mad. But he has several other channels. He's got the one where he talks about national security and he breaks down current events that are in the criminal realm with his expertise. And he's got the financial advice. He's got the fit channel where it's all about exercise and shit like that. And then he's got the financial advice channel where he invites real estate people on to talk about real estate and tells people to get real estate.
So John Galt, now you think that there is such thing as a slumlord? Just so I can clarify.
I mean, of course, there's a such thing. I don't think that most people go into the business to be a slumlord. But if he,
okay, can you define your definition?
A slumlord?
Yeah, in your definition. Now, if you're changing, you could evolve. You could change your mind. Go ahead. What do you think is a slumlord?
I don't know. I never thought about that. I think that a slumlord would be someone who finds, from an economic standpoint, I would say a slumlord is someone whose profitability, his highest profitability is met kind of at the very lowest of maintenance of the property, like a cash cow property. If I own the property with no maintenance, with no mortgage, I just have to maintain it at the minimal level to generate cash. And I think, in effect, that would put me in a position where I could be a slumlord and still be profitable, very profitable. So I would call that that would create the conditions for a slumlord. It doesn't mean you have to be one. Someone says, Mavic G says, hold on. Mavic G says, John called it a real estate channel. It's more other things than real estate. I didn't call it a real estate channel. What I said was, and I've only watched these guys a few times, but I think, and this is more of a general critique than anything. So I don't want you to think I'm criticizing these guys or anyone else. But I think that when talking about real estate, as we're talking about stocks, if I gave you a rosy picture of being a landlord, I could convince a lot of people to take on some risks without all of the take on the risk without all of the understanding of the risk. And I think that is what people like that do when they show you or present to you a high profile lifestyle without showing you the downsides. Q, you want to respond to that?
Go. So I'm sorry, I was multitasking. Can you repeat that? Just the
Anyway,
last sentence.
Dennison, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I mean that's a valid criticism. It could be widely applied, I guess, is my because I can't argue with anything you're saying. The only aversion I have to it is that seems to describe just about everybody selling everything.
Yeah, and I think that is the case. What people have to be wary of, even things like Bitcoin. A lot of people aren't making money off Bitcoin; they're making money off selling Bitcoin. And I
Right.
think the same thing applies with real estate. A lot of
Right.
people aren't making money off real estate; they're making money, maybe projecting the image that they're making a lot of money off real estate. But they, as you can see here, look at these properties. Would you want to live there? Probably not.
Not
So
it.
this
It
is
wouldn't be ideal, but it wouldn't be like I could tolerate it. You know, that'd be tough in it. It would remind me of the when I first moved to the city and had no money and had to live in the ghetto.
so
I mean, I
this is
could
the
tolerate
reason
it
why
too.
I alluded to having get cracked close to his losses too,
Yeah, I think it
right?
applies to trading as well.
And just to your point on the slumlord, like, bro, there's that's not a slumlord, bro. Like a
No, what he
slumlord.
described is a slumlord.
No, it's not. Let me tell you why it's not. The only factor, in my opinion, that can be a slumlord is someone that is basically forcing you to live in a certain place.
Nobody can force
Beyond
you.
that, well, that's my point. It's very difficult for there to, like, let's say a grandmother forces their 20-year-old to live in a house that they don't want to live in. Maybe, and technically, they're even forcing them. But other than that, if that person could always leave at their own volition, how is that person a slumlord? If they don't like it, because the roaches, well, then move out. How's that a slumlord? If the house is not maintained, well, move out. How's
Because
that a slumlord?
slumlords get away with it by owning a lot of the surrounding property, and they also do it in neighborhoods where it's a slum. So where you're going to move into another slum, and they keep the maintenance at the lowest level possible in order to keep it occupied, while charging exorbitant prices, just enough. Like payday loans are a good way to translate this into the difference between a bank loan and a payday loan. A payday loan will lend you as much money as possible so that whatever the payment is as much as you can afford. That way you can never pay back the loan. They never want that money back. They want you to be maxed out every time you make the payment on your loan and have nothing left. A slumlord would do that by not maintaining a property to a higher standard and charging you just enough to where you can't save money to get out and go somewhere else. Weeklies are a good example.
So
That's what I do. And that's
I'm
what I do.
gonna try a different tactic. Instead of trying to be right, which I could do, like a Stanley, I'm gonna try to convince you, or trying to change your opinion. Let's use payday loans as an example, right? They get a super bad rap. But what if there was no payday loan? What if that payday loan did not exist?
It wouldn't be
Would
the
that
end of the
person be?
world.
Listen, hold on. Would that person be able to get a loan that they needed to fix their tire? Or would they be able to walk into the bank like you or me, maybe, and get money to fix their tire if the payday loan didn't exist?
No.
Exactly, right? So is the payday loan serving a purpose? Is it actually helping somebody?
Yes.
Of course it is.
Right. So a slumlord, a quote unquote slumlord, might actually be helping somebody, because if there wasn't a slumlord,
So
maybe
what?
it would be 2 or 3. Hold on. Maybe if there wasn't a quote unquote slumlord, maybe the rent would be
They'd be homeless.
$400 more. No, hold on.
They'd have to live under a bridge.
Okay.
So what?
Exactly. So that person is probably happy to live in that roach infested place.
No.
So you're saying that they would rather live under a bridge? You're saying
they're
that
glad they're not living under a bridge doesn't make them happy to be living in a slum in a roach-infested place.
Which one is better, Denizen?
The roach-infested place.
Right.
Yeah.
That
that doesn't mean anything, though. It supports none of your arguments, nor does it refute the actual textbook definition of slumlord that I gave you, that John also summarized rather well.
So you're saying to do away with payday loans, do away with slumlords, and have everyone pay extra.
No, that's a straw man. I could do away with payday loans and force banks to loan to poor people. If I'm Darth Vader and I'm making all the rules, yes. Payday loan places are now outlawed. I just outlawed them. Just because I went like that and snapped my fingers. And also, banks have to loan to poor people. Yes.
So you're in favor of government regulations?
Absolutely.
To force
sure, whatever you want to call it. Whatever you want to call it. I'm all for forcing fairness. Absolutely. Now what?
Sorry, are you some type of socialist?
Sure. Whatever name you want to put on it. That's me. I know exactly what you're saying.
I'm asking. I'm just asking a question. I'm asking. I'm not.
And I'm answering your question.
Okay.
Now, where are we with the definition of slumlord? How much progress have we made with that?
Well, again, you acknowledge that the rental with the broken faucet and the roaches is a better option than living on the street.
Yep, having one foot set on fire is preferable to having both of my feet set on fire.
Right. So if the landlord has to fix the sink and hire an exterminator, he's going to pass that cost on to the renter, and maybe that.
But that would be illegal. That would be illegal in the United States of America.
No. Listen, let me rephrase for you. If I buy, right, if he does renovations on a property, he's then going to, that property now has an increased value, and he's going to charge more for someone to live there, right? Like if you put the swimming pool in the back.
Yes, but what a slumlord does is he charges you the exorbitant prices while not doing any of the maintenance. That's what a slumlord is. Would you like to Google the definition?
So what's an exorbitant price? Does the bank give him a discount on his rent? On the mortgage?
It would be any rental price for a property that's not held to a certain maintenance level. So if you're charging anything for it, you're charging too much.
So the bank should then not charge him also, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
So the bank should then not charge him for the mortgage.
No, because the bank isn't selling him a living place. The bank sold him.
Let's just say if he's living there, he has to pay the bank the mortgage, assuming he has a mortgage.
Yeah.
The bank should then give him a discount.
This is boring, by the way.
Yeah, well,
I just want to let you know, in case you don't know, this arguing just for the sake of arguing is boring. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Yeah. I'm about to.
Well, John is a flip flopper. Now he's talking about this.
I'm sorry.
Just to fit his argument.
Let me respond to Matt G. If I refer to a real estate channel, it was my mistake there. That was not my intent to mischaracterize the channel or whatever. But here's the thing. Going forward, I want to talk to you guys. Well, let me give you your last horse, and I'll tell you some of the things we have coming up that I think may interest you. Cube, you go right ahead.
Yeah, as you guys have seen me come on here time to time, I just come on here, call out the BS, man. I call it the BS. When I see BS, I'm gonna hop on here. So y'all better be on your P's and Q's. Like Stanley, he's very technical. I'm kind of the same way. So, but yeah, I appreciate you guys letting me on here. Hopefully, I provided some little entertainment or a little piece of advice. So, appreciate it. Thanks, John. Thanks, Denizen.
I like going back and forth with people, so you're welcome anytime. Denizen.
Peace.
No, hey, hold on, Denizen. I want to. You want to do another? We need to do another follow up on the stock talk. I think people really like that. Your crowd and mine. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I'm all for it. That's one of the things I came to social media to do, was to share that knowledge, and people seem more interested in that than they do some of the other areas of interest that I talk about. So,
What are the other areas of interest that you talk about?
Well, I try to shake people from their mental torpor when it comes to the pot they're stewing in regarding their economic and political situation in the United States. I mean, you're one of the people who already knows the system's rigged. It's a scam, and we're being stolen from. A lot of people don't understand that, and that kind of ties into something else I endorse aside from trading, which is sustainable living. Essentially, the whole point is to remove your dependence on the existing system to whatever extent that you can. You know, detach your income from your geographical location. Try to internationalize your income so that it's not dependent on your citizenship or the country that you're in, and you learn how to grow food, learn how to grow animals, animal husbandry, and learn how to live off the grid. You can live on the grid while you're doing this, but make it so that you're not reliant upon the grid. That way, if when, etc., you're prepared and you have a foundation to
Do you think you could live off the grid right now? How long could you live off the grid right now?
Yes, I could. I've done it before. I could do it again.
How long?
Inevitably.
What would you do without the internet?
I mean, my money is digital right now, so I would have to be like a digital nomad. I would need some access to the internet in order to continue to trade.
So what would
But
you
I
do?
could. Well, I'm making a plan for myself, so I can discuss some of that. I've already started monitoring all of my electrical usage, and I've dropped it by about 80%. I cut all my.
Hey, Denzel, you have a question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll get there shortly. I have cut my expenses by a third, my monthly nut, so to speak, since I was working in IT, and I've already started drawing up plans and researching and shopping for different solutions for water collection, for example, for solar energy, and for kinetic energy. And it's not as hard as people think. It's if you look into it, if you do research, you'll find out that it's obviously there's always the complications that you don't see, and it's the things you don't plan for, but it really isn't as out of hand as people would think. It's quite simple to build a rain collection facility. To dig for a well, is relatively still affordable, and growing your own food is probably would be the harder part, rather than collecting water. But check your local ordinances and your state laws, because in some states it's illegal to collect water. Did we lose John? All right. Well,
sorry about that, Dennis.
Anybody have any more questions?
Must have been my internet connection. What was I going to say to you? That's interesting. Would you like to do a show like a prepper show?
Yes. This is so trading is something I'm an expert on, or I have an intermediate level of knowledge, so I can talk about it. I'm a beginner when it comes to prepping. Of course, I can bring some other people to the table that have more experience. Witchy Bishy, for example, she's already living that life. Yeah.
Wishy, would you like to come on the show and do a prepper show? I'm very interested.
She might be willing to, yeah.
Just give us like a primer of prepping. Why she decided to prep, how she got on her journey to prep. I think that would be kind of interesting. What do you think, Dennis?
Absolutely. Right now in my community, I know the most about trading. But it's the reverse I know the least about sustainable living. So I'm learning from my own community when it comes to sustainable living. I'm the newbie in that regard.
What made you want to go on this journey for sustainable living? Is it the political environment or what?
It's all of it. I don't like corporatism. I don't like capitalism. I don't like the government. I don't like a government or being told what to do. I don't like being employed. And I don't like the modern American lifestyle. I rather have dirt under my fingernails and sweat down my back and sit at a table that I built myself, eating food that I grew with my own two hands. That makes me prideful. That makes me feel like a real man. That makes me feel like I'm in touch with God. None of the things that people pursue in this whatever you want to call this cesspool of a decayed society that we live in appeals to me. As a matter of fact, I find it sickening, and I intend to move as far away from possible as I can from it.
Yeah, you're pretty to the right, Dennis. And I can hear the passion in your voice. Someone says I can teach bow hunting and rural skills for a continuous food source. Gary,
and he just joined my Discord, by the way. He's a member of the community. So shout out to Gary.
Gary, would you like to come on the show and like demonstrate some bow hunting, like just shooting a bow? I bet most people have not shot a bow. If you can just show us how to shoot a bow, I would be interested in seeing that. Rural fishing. Is it Duchess of Duchess? That's not Wishy Bishy, right? That's someone else. Dutchy says, Duchess of Dutchness says, what's going on? Also, brain tan. Every buck saying, I don't even know what brain tan is. What is what is brain tan? Maybe you can come on and explain to us. Let me put the link in the panel here. Maybe he can explain to us what brain tan is. I'm not sure what that is. Do you know what
brain tan? I also brain tan every buckskin I get. No. That link is pinned in my chat as well.
What, brain tanning?
The StreamYard link.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll tell you some of the shows that we have coming up. I have an interesting show. I'm interested to hear your opinion about this, Denizen. It is the there's a guy in Chicago. He drives an Uber, and let me see what his name is. What is it? Chicago Ride Master. I think Chicago Ride Share Master 625. Has anyone ever watched his channel before?
No. Gary says it turns raw buckskin into usable leather goods.
Oh, there you go. So let me look up this guy, Chicago. I think you guys are going to find this a very interesting interview. Chicago Ride Master.
I'll be right back. I can hear you, but I got to step away for a second.
All right. Let me see if I can find his stream. I want you guys to take a look at this guy who's going to be on the stream coming up. He's a an Uber driver in Chicago. Let me see what his name is. Chicago Ride. If anyone knows his name, put it in the chat. I think it's Chicago Ride Master 625. Maybe that's not it. Let me see if I can find my likes here. My history or whatever. And I'm gonna show you. I want to show you some of his streams, and he's gonna be on the channel. And I think you guys are gonna love this this stream when I have him on here. Has anyone ever heard of him? Let me take a look at the chat. Anyone ever heard of Chicago Ride Master? No one? Yes, no? All right, let me look and see if I can find his stream. Let me see when I last looked at it. Where do I find my subscription? Okay, my subscription. I actually subscribed to this guy. Let me see if I can pull him up here. I think I found it. Yeah, I found him. Okay, all right. Chicago Hustle Master. That's his name. Let me share a screen with you. Nope, no one ever heard of him. I think it's going to be very interesting. The Chicago Hustle Master. Let me share my screen. All right. This is a, excuse me, an Hispanic guy. Chicago Hustle Master. He has 2,100 subscribers, 370 videos. He drives for Uber, DoorDash, Lyft, blah, 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 blah. Amazon Flex in Chicago. And he drives late at night, early in the morning. He goes wherever the algorithm sends him. And you'll see he does a lot of lives. You can see here. He goes live in Chicago. And he's going to get on and he's going to talk about driving. I found Chicago. Yeah. Hey, you guys send a subscribe to his channel. Subscribe to his channel. He's going to come on here and talk about driving Uber in Chicago. It's an older guy. He may be in his 50s, give or take. Gary Baxter, that kid. Yes. Hector. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Hector is his name. Do you subscribe to that channel? Do you watch Hector? Gary? I'm curious to know. Denizen, you ever heard of the Chicago, what is his name? Chicago Hustle Master. Chicago Hustle Master. That is him. How many of you guys watch his channel, by the way? I've seen him. Okay, Gary's seen him. Okay, yeah, he's going to come on the channel and he's going to tell us what it's like driving Uber in Chicago. Now, on his channel, he will show you how much money he makes every night. At the end of every night, he'll show you how much he makes. You can hear him when he picks up the passengers, things like that. So I think it'll be very interesting to hear someone from the gig economy who has a lot of subscribers who goes live, and you'll get to see like what it's like as an Uber driver. But anyway, so I think that is kind of all we have here. I'll look through the comments to see if there's anything else in the comments. Otherwise, we can end this stream here. Anyone have any questions, comments in the chat? Anything you'd like us to talk about? Denizen or myself, feel free to put it in chat. I can respond to it. Denizen, he'll be back in a second. He can respond. I think that's it. Denizen, are you back yet? Otherwise, I'm going to end this stream. No comments? No comments? All right. Well, before I end this stream, I want to share this with you. Someone sent this to me, and I'm going to share this with you. Let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, I think I found it here. Let me share my screen. This is a clip from Patrick Bet David. And I think Denizen and I will probably both kind of nod our head at this, and I'll play it now.
Where the idea is, the John Galts of the world just kind of want to go live together. Where the idea is, the John Galts of the world just kind of want to go live together. Where the idea is, the John Galts of the world just kind of want to go live together.
There you go. And that is definitely the case there. Anyway, thank you guys. We've done 4 hours. 45 minutes, give or take. I thank you for all being here. We have 11 people still in the chat. Tomorrow we have something good, and then Sunday I think we'll have the chat with the Chicago cab driver. Thanks again.